Oh, ya Allah. We will press on. Um, yeah, we're gonna press on. We will press on. So, as I was trying to say, it's obviously, as you can see, it's more challenged to present myself live than it is to just do a recorded video. The other thing I like about recorded video now is that finally YouTube is having little hints of righteousness where they um, do things that they should have been doing a long time ago. And among them is, if I'm uploading something that I know I'm clear with fair use and stuff like that, it's good they have this thing that will check it before you upload it. And it'll tell you, if this is any effect or if it's okay to use it and this. So I do like that. Um, you know, it's a little kinder and gentler, if you will. They could have been doing this shit the entire time. And I honestly believe that anything, quite frankly, that, we present as producers, if I have something, if I had an album or a movie or something like that, I wouldn't mind if people are showing that. That's more business for me, you know? So I'm just fully over it. Anyway, I wanted to try and keep today a little light, but not completely, because indeed what we're going to start with is we'll start with something a little heavy, because I need to do it, and I told you so, and I'm getting a lot of I need to do and I told you so, and then we'll get into sort of the lighter stuff because as you guys know, I don't have cable, and so I am not privy to a lot of things until they either come across my feed some type of way or I hear something in the world or something. I go, oh, let me go look at that, and I want to have my say on this, on the overall Super Bowl entertainment, as it were, and address the dust up that seems to be over the Alicia Keys Usher thing, and there's a few other things that are in that whole cabal that I want to speak on. Also, the Shannon Sharp is killing the game right now, everybody, with his platform in general, with Club Shay Shay. Does he need a new stylist? Absolutely. Does he need to call me? Yes. I hear he's trying to get my number now. Is he a complete and total disaster when it comes to fashion? Absolutely. There's just some things that are a problem. Is he wearing too much Vaseline on his lips? Absolutely. But anyway, he's killing it as far as his platform, his guests that he's getting, and I want to get into that. And especially, there's a particular piece that I want to highlight the most with Monique. And then also from that precipitated this dust up with her son. I want to present his videos as well today. And by the way, this is another reason why it's good to wait. The value of waiting before you jump out there. I've always done this. I always wait, because you need time for the universe to assemble its gift to you, and then in that waiting period, there can be, the story can evolve and move and change, and new information can come to light and stuff like that. So that's also the benefit of waiting, because especially for me, as someone who likes to tell a complete story, when I deal with any topic, I try to get my hands around the entire thing and give you the whole package. There it is. You have it all now. Now you have it all. You have it all, So we're going to get into that. That's the wrong phone. And um, Yeah. So we want to get into this first piece, the I told you so. Then I'm also going to make you aware of something that uh, my brother Kai made me aware of. And it gave me my entire existence. All right, now you'll recall, and by the way, I can tell you right now there's going to be a problem playing video because I know that one of the settings that I need to go back and research, it determines how much power your computer gives up to the software when you're streaming. And depending on how you set it, the balance will determine if, like, okay, I'm smooth and I'm good right now, but then now to add video, we're probably going to get some lag on the video just because of the setting, and I can't do the setting right now, obviously. All right. So I want to begin. I shouldn't have closed that tab. Damn it. Urgh. Okay, I won't pull that video up. I'll just play you the portion of the I told you so. But that's not how I do. So we're going to do it. You'll recall that recently we covered Joe Biden going down to Sakhalina with James Clyburn's bitch ass, as it were. And there they were in the Mother Emanuel Church. And the diaper was then interrupted by protesters, pro-Palestinian protesters, who
I keep on saying it's true that international law,
ceasefire now,
without politics,
and this and that. All right. And I was expressing, the whole reason for me doing the video was to express the ignorance of our people, dumb-ass old black Christians who would allow him to stand in the pulpit while there's a genocide going on, and that they were okay with it. And I contrasted that for you, saying, meanwhile, he is desperate to speak to Muslim leaders across the country. Certainly in Michigan, in Georgia, there's some other states where absolutely the Muslim vote will make the difference of what takes place. And the Muslim community will not even see him. So the contrast between the Christian, where you can just, you send in money and going around Congress and sending money to, and more weapons and shit to Israel, and that's all fine with the Christian because they stand on nothing. And then you contrast that to the Muslims saying, we won't even see you. Won't even see you. Won't even see you. So when I brought the Mother Emanuel piece of the diaper up there speaking, I pointed out to you that I went through it forensically because I was showing you, look, everybody, look. I said, the people that, there's more white people in this church than there would be in any black church. Everything that I said to you, I cited that that was an anomaly, that that was out of place. And then I was slowing down the video and isolating to show you, look, see, look, and then showing you that who is clapping, who starts the clapping, who stands up first, and we went through it very forensically. All right. So I want to play a little bit of that to remind you of what we did, and then present my I told you. The impression is supposed to be left that we support, that black people. Perfect. Alhamdulillah. And I want you to say this with me, everybody. And this damn helicopter needs. Hasbi Allah. Hasbi Allah. Say it with me. Hasbi Allah. Hasbi Allah. Hasbi Allah. Wa ni'mal wakil. Hasbi Allah 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 wa ni'mal wakil. Why are we saying this, Jedi, and why are you telling us to say this? What you've just said is Allah is sufficient for me, and He is the best disposer of affairs. We say this as Muslims when we're faced with any challenge or doubt. Maybe you just can't make a decision about something. Maybe a calamity is besieging you, or something is happening you can't control, or maybe a fear factor has presented itself, whatever. All right? Hasbi Allah wa ni'mal wakil. Hasbi Allah wa ni'mal wakil. Allah is sufficient for me, like He's all I need, and He is the best disposer of affairs. He will handle it. I say that for any of the drama we will face in today's stream with the technology and all of it. Let's get you in here now and ruin everything. 3903.
And this damn helicopter needs to fucking crash.
There was a helicopter circling around my area that day, so
Out into my house. I mean, no. You see, and so the value of this, even though there's way more white people in there than there would ever be in a fucking black church on any day of the week, this is what they want to go across, because the impression is supposed to be left that black folks are supporting Joe Biden. You see, because most dumbass black people of any age that would see this aren't going to be picking apart who's in the crowd and the ratio of white to black and all the problems that I'm citing for you. The impression is supposed to be left that we support, that black people support Joe Biden. Here you had a church full of people screaming 4 more years. Ooh, I guess black people are down for Joe Biden. No, the Jedi has spoken, and I'm telling you, don't fall for this bullshit. Do you understand? Nah. They're literally at the door. It's over. And then you start screaming 4 more years? Look, this is the first asshole to stand up right there. That's your first person. You see? She just stood up to get a picture. She's holding her phone out. But that's who started the standing up. Right there. That's your first stand.
okay. Now,
Then all this row of white people, among them I think is the bitch in the purple. Let me just verify that.
that gives you
Then he
context
stands up.
of what I pointed out. We went through
And
the crowd. I was
he's
pointing out
looking
people with
over
my
this
cursor and showing you, look at the volume of white people in there, and I slowed it down so you could see that the black people weren't the ones screaming it. Certainly at first, any of the clapping and all that was not black people. Now, so that lays foundation for me to complete my argument. Okay, we come here, and then now here is the young lady that was actually in the church. 1254. 1.
When I got to
Damn
ASU, I met
commercials.
Professor Lindy. She's one of the first women to ever lead a NASA deep space.
Way where we
1254.
can't be upset with
Wait
Joe
now.
Biden because we don't want to throw off the elections and not have that, you know, have it be like a Democratic Party win. But then on the other hand,
all right, we'll take it. This is fine. We'll do it. We'll just start here. Now listen to this very carefully, my people.
Tamara, can I ask you about the response that you got, not only inside the church, because that was one response, but then outside and online?
The initial response that we had received in that church was not very reflective of the solidarity that we have been seeing globally.
The response we got in the church was not reflective of the solidarity that we've been experiencing globally. That's fine. Go on.
The people shouting 4 more years.
Then the interviewer says, the people shouting 4 more years. That was the interviewer that said that.
As a black church, like Marcus has said this multiple times.
Just a second. And I don't know who Marcus is that she's referring to. I don't know who Marcus is. I guess somebody she knows, and he's probably
not
black.
Very reflective of.
We'll just hear it again. Hold on, because we have to lead into it.
The initial response that we had received in that church was not very reflective of the solidarity that we have been seeing globally.
The people shouting 4 more years.
Because as a black church, like Marcus has said this multiple times, he says, like, I've never seen that many like white people in a black church.
Boom, that's one.
And if you pay attention to the video, it's actually like white members of the audience that started the chant in the initial response that we had received after calling for a ceasefire.
Mm-hmm.
The Jedi knows that of which he speaks. There she was. That whole reason for me doing that video was it was some bullshit, and there he is in the black church, and I ranted and I bitched. And now here they are saying exactly what I proclaimed and represented. We'll just hear it again and we'll be done with it.
That's all right.
Tamara, can I ask you about the response that you got, not only inside the church, because that was one response, but then outside and online?
The initial response that we had received in that church was not very reflective of the solidarity that we have been seeing globally.
The people shouting 4 more years.
Because as a black church, like Marcus has said this multiple times, he says, like, I've never seen that many like white people in a black church. And if you pay attention to the video, it's actually like white members of the audience that started the chant in the initial response that we had received after calling for a ceasefire. Mm-hmm. And I think that this is important to highlight, that there is so much intersectionality between so many systems of oppression, but also movements of liberation. And that's why globally, the response that we have received has been supported, because everybody recognizes that this genocide is wrong, and they stand in solidarity with the Palestinians to end the apartheid regime and the occupation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all we need from Tamara. It's an I told you so moment, you know, and I believe that when I did my initial piece, I'm pretty sure I would have said to you, one of the reasons why I'm doing this is because this is what people aren't going to see. They're not going to see this. It's right in front of you, and they're not going to see it. This is why I speak. So, I knew that to be true. So on top of, so it was a 2-part issue for me. It was just that these black people would allow this murderer into their church and, you know, treat him with honor and respect and shit, and allow him, you know, the platform to come into their church, you know. But then it was also pointing out that there's an infiltration going on here. There's a collusive element that's happening where white people, of course, are the ones that would cause that much ruckus in a black church. Like, I just know that as an African person. I know this. You feel me? So I thought it important to come back and when I saw that piece, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, that's it. I have to present this, you know. I knew I was right, but it's always better when you can, it's one thing to proclaim you're right, but it's another thing when you can absolutely show unequivocally, look, I was right, you know. So that's one item. Oh, let me see who's here, everybody, too, before I get too far down the road, yakking and rattling. First, we need everybody to thumbs up the stream, everybody. Thumbs up. I'm not a monetized channel, and I get a lot of games that YouTube plays with me. Here we are all together. We have control of what we can do right now, so we have no excuse. So let's thumbs up. Thumbs up the stream. If it's not too much, you could share it too. But if that's too much for you, then just thumbs up. Sports fan, shout out to you, LA sports fan. I don't know if that's, I can't see your thumbnail, so I don't know if that's a brother or sister. But shout out to you. Andrea Smith, a big shout out to you, Queen. Good to see you. Simply Sandra, I'm simply glad you're here, and you simply could see I didn't get it done yesterday. Game time. Shout out to you. Can we uplift Shannon Sharp as a black man? Yes, we can. And we can also tell him to sit down with his fashion choice. Melanin 100, I missed you somehow. I see it wasn't. Big shout out to you, Melanin. Shalom and salam. San, you say, Jedi, can I please talk about, or can Jedi, can I think you please talk about the black man Kenny who was, yeah, that's, I'm gonna highlight that in a minute. And Cheryl Bryant, a big shout out to you, Queen. I'm so glad you're able to be here. Greetings and salutations to you too. Yeah, and to that point, San, because that's the very next thing that I was going to make you all aware of. I'm not going to show it because I just don't need the drama, and it requires its own isolation. But I am going to pull it up so that I can show people and make them aware of it. And I may even put the link for the video in the chat. Let me get over here now. Let's see. There it is. Oh, that would have been perfect. It won't do it again. I'm gonna try. Nope. That would have been perfect. Damn it. It's fine, whatever. Plus, also, I'll have to make the stream 18 and over. I don't feel like that right now, and I can't change it in the middle of it, so and we don't need to. So, but I am going to bring you guys in so that I can show you what it is I'm talking about, and then you're going to go and watch it on your own. But I want to tell you about it. Let me get the right frame. Well, I should bring you in. What's this? 1437. Okay. So that everybody could understand what this is. This is in Tennessee. Shout out to Anjanae. This is in Tennessee. And this brother is allegedly pulled over by this white demoness because he allegedly was all over the road. But we don't see that in the video. I mean, we see the beginning of when she pulls him over, when her camera starts, and we see him driving in his own lane. Like, we don't see him all over the road. All right. So, ironically, and let me put the link for this in the chat. I'll do it after I talk about it. Ironically, she was actually very friendly, you know, during the entire exchange. Her language, her way of being, everything. She was actually nice, you know. And he was talking too much. You know, I always tell you, black folks talk too much. Sometimes you can just talk too much. Just sometimes you know when you need to know when to just shut the fuck up. Just stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. It wasn't necessarily detrimental, but I needed him to shut up. And anyway, so this is the reason why she claims she pulled him over. And then when it should be all over with, when she is established that he is not intoxicated, we have no evidence of that or anything like that, then she's saying, I'll need you to step out. And he says, for what? She said, because I smell marijuana. No, you don't, bitch. You see? And then he's saying, well, why don't you just get a dog? And she was like, because dogs don't alert to marijuana. So somebody I was talking to in the last 24 hours, and I was saying, I'm going to have to go and research that, because my understanding is they absolutely alert on marijuana. Like they be at the airport and everything. You feel me? Like dogs can be trained to point out marijuana. That's my understanding. You know? So I think the bitch was lying there. And so she said, you know, we can't get a dog because a dog won't alert on marijuana. So now, and it's some bullshit, because now we're just at the mercy of her fucked up ass nose, and it's leaving it in you're taking away any unbiased element, like a machine that could sniff or a dog that can sniff and detect. You're taking it out of the hands of a third entity that doesn't have the ability to be biased and prejudiced, and literally putting it in the hands of this fat white bitch. Like, she could say she smelled fucking, you know, sassafras or some shit, and it was just supposed to go with that. So that's a problem. So he's saying, well, I'm not getting out. Like, I'm not getting out. Because in his mind, and he's right, it's just too far. That's just too damn far. Like, I don't need to get out. And that is the universal feeling of all of us, you know. Like, it's one thing if you're going to pull us over for anything, if we've actually done something. But a lot of times we're pulled over and we haven't done a damn thing. So it's one thing that you're even pulling me over. Now, even if I've done something wrong, then just fucking ticket me and that's it. But they're there to start shit. They're there to start shit. That's why they're there. They're not interested in just, let's just make this a quick interaction and you could be on your way. Their whole mission is to fucking start shit with you. And that's why when I was in the thick of police brutality and all of that on my original big channel, my 23,000 subscriber channel, I would say to my audience, it's important. I brought you and read you the language of the Second Amendment. And with that, I've proclaimed to you that we need to be over this, teaching our children and ourselves how to turn into a 16th century slave when we're pulled over by these fucking demons. That we're going exactly the wrong direction. We need to be not teaching how to be an easy kill. We need to be preparing for battle, preparing to defend yourself. That we're happy to go along with the law and to go through their little traffic stops and the bullshit. But you need to be ready for the moment they go into that bullshit lane. You need to be ready to go in. You ready to go there? We ready to go there. We ready. We ready. We ready. You see, that's what we have to be ready for, is to go into that lane. And some of the examples I've given you in the past is like, when they come up to you, first of all, it's always the responsibility of these paid murderers to prove an infraction or a crime. That's their job. You don't need to help them at all. Do you know why I pulled you over? Absolutely not. Even though you were doing 90. Do you know why I pulled you over? No, I have no idea. No idea. And be dead ass about it. No, I have no idea. Because you don't want to admit to anything. Again, it's their responsibility to prove an infraction or a crime. So you always allow them to tell you why you were pulled over. And when they don't ask you, do you know why you were pulled over? When they come up, you say, when they give you a little pleasantry, how you doing? I'm doing great. Can I ask why I was pulled over? Because that right there, you're asserting that I have no idea why I'm being pulled over. Even though you're doing 90. But maybe you weren't doing 90. And in most cases, you're not doing 90. But you need to establish why we're here. Why are we here? So either they're going to articulate, do you know why I pulled you over? Or they'll just say, I pulled you over because you were such and such, or you went through the stop sign, or you did whatever. All right. That's a good beginning when a cop comes up and immediately articulates why they're there. Yeah, but when they don't, then you give them a little bit of time to see if they're going to start. If they get to, can I see your driver's license registration? They've not articulated the crime yet or the infraction. So pause. We need to know why we're here. Sure. Can I ask why I was pulled over? And you never get the documents yet, but you look like you're getting. Sure, I'll get them. Can I ask why I was pulled over? And so you start looking like you're going to be doing something, but you ain't doing shit. You just like, can I ask why I was pulled over? And they say, well, just let me get your license registration and I'll tell you. Then you don't get it. But I'd like to know why I was pulled over. Need to know why I was pulled over. Need to know why I was pulled over. But 9 times out of 10, you don't need to do that. You won't get to that point, because if you already look like fake, like you're going for the documents, then you asking the question, they're going to puke something out. All right. So that's fine. All right. But when they don't, and then they go into that lane of, well, let me just use your driver's license registration, and then they still haven't told you why you're here. The first thing you want to know and have the right to know is, because I'm a human person. I'm going about my day. I have issues in my life. I have a schedule that I'm doing today. Maybe I'm hungry, whatever I'm doing. And you're an interruption now. I need to know why you're fucking interrupting my life, my existence on the planet. Why are you here? Why are we here? Why are we here? I want to know that. I want to know that immediately. So that's also what made this delicious for me, because she was very forthcoming and friendly and all the bullshit. But again, it was all fine till she went into this lane. Now she wants him to get out because she smells marijuana. So he wants a dog. She can't produce a dog because, according to her fat ass, a dog won't tell you if there's marijuana present. So now I immediately must, I have no choice, no other choice as an African but to think, you're trying to fuck with me. And that's when I'm cocked and ready. That's when I'm cocked and ready. I must be cocked and ready. I must be. Because you're signaling, and I've seen and can pull up 1,000 videos that are not ancient and that are from all across the fucking country of why I need to get cocked and ready. You see? So he's very adamant that he's not getting out. And then he starts with, why are you doing this? Why are y'all doing this? Why are you doing this? And she's calling for backup. You're definitely, if you don't get out of the car, then we'll have to pull you out, So now it's a power play, So, of course, her white devil partner shows up, and he is immediately on cue, you see, and on code with the bullshit. And now he wants to escalate, But this brother Kenny is still saying like, nah, I'm not getting out. I'm not. And then you hear the bitch say, getting. Like as if she's sicking a dog on you. So this had echoes for me. It was very Mississippi Burning. You understand? It's at night. It's black man alone. with bright lights on him and white people, and he's being harassed. Just the psychological flashback of that is enough for you to kirk off. So then they start with the tasing, and he's pleading for his life, and nothing goes through me worse than to hear a big grown man screaming and whimpering like a child and a woman all at the same time. And you can hear the terror, the hurt, the disrespect, the rape of their humanity all in their scream. It just goes through me, man. It goes through me. And so gloriously, when they're tasing him several times, you see, and finally he had a surprise for their ass. So I'll link the video. I'll put the link in the chat. You know, you can click on it whenever you want after we're done, and see it. How do I do this? Oh, I could just do this. Copy. And then I need the chat. And just to see it turn like that on a dime, from they got all this power and you deliberately don't give a fuck about me, to now what, bitch? Now what? And as he's driving off, you hear him say, told you to stop fucking with me. You see? And to me, that rings to, you know, when I was a kid growing up, you know, and there being 9 kids, but you know, and not just with my siblings, but just anybody in the neighborhood, just people, just you just knew this as a thing. Like when somebody did something to you, and you, like when you see little kids now, they put that on it when they get you back, like that's what you get, type thing, you know, because it is the natural calling of the soul to seek recompense and revenge for what is obviously a wrong against me. Like, that's what you get. You see? So that was his equivalent of that. You know? I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. And in a I don't know what word to put on it. It doesn't need a word, but when I see stuff like this, it's actually therapeutic for me, because 99% of the time it's us, and we got to deal with seeing yet another one of us being, you know, something done to us. And there's a certain joy that comes up when it's like, yeah, got this, you see. So the bastard, her backup that came, he must have been dead on the scene, because as soon as dude popped him off, he went down, you know. And what you'll see in the video is they show his body camera and her body camera, the total. So you hear his last words. Like, that's what you get. That was your last words. I think he says, I don't know, some exclamation like, I don't know, something, whatever. I don't even care, you know. But it's therapeutic. It's therapeutic. It is natural for you to want to see anybody that you know is wronging someone, or even yourself. It is natural to feel joy when they get the shit they deserve. It's natural. You understand? Meanwhile, at the same time, while they're saying that Israel has the right to defend itself, okay, black people have the right to defend ourselves too, bitch. So we're all on the same. We're all on the same court. We agree. We agree. So everybody's just defending, and we're just all defending, and it's all fine. Yeah. So I put the link for the video in the chat, and you can click on it. And then also you saw the name of it. I think. I'll just tell you the name of it so you'll know. It's called Body Cam Footage shows moments before Tennessee deputies shot. You could just put that in. There's more to it, but you could just put that. You'll get. That's all you need. And you'll be, or you can just click on the link, because like I said, I put the link in the chat. Richard Hart, a big shout out to you in the UK. Righteous Indignation, a big shout out to you, Queen. What you clicked on it and you didn't get it, Richard? Because I have it on my screen right now. And it's got that's subscribers. It's got 138,000 views. I don't think it's going nowhere. So I'll put it in there again. I'll do it a different way, just to make sure the link is good. Let's see. Copy video URL. Okay. Okay, I put it in there again. I'll do it again. God damn it. Okay. Now we should be good. So I loved it. 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 Loved it. You know, and I make no apology for that. You know, we didn't create the situation. Do you understand? We didn't create the situation. So kick rocks. Now let me cue this. And the video is only 25.5 minutes, so it's not a long video. That's also a good thing. You feel me? And like I say, she was nice. She, you know, I could have done without her calling him brother every 5 seconds, but you know, like I said, everything was fine. Again, it could have just been, you know, okay, that's enough. Like, you know, and then it's not lost on me yet again that, and I put in the comments that, you know, marijuana is a billion-dollar industry in this fucking bitch. But yet we're still being terrorized and incarcerated and shit on the side of the road because this white bitch smells marijuana. You know, I mean, it's just the hypocrisy of it, dude. Like I said, white people have no credibility at fucking all on any issue at all. Always know that we hold the moral high ground, everybody. It is us. We hold the moral high ground. And the only reason why there hasn't been all-out anarchy is because we don't fucking fight back. Because if we answered every fucking attack on us tit for tat, this bitch would have been in ruins a long time ago. It's like the sister said back during Ferguson that went viral when she said, she had this big long montage of shit she said, and she goes and you know, white people should be lucky that black people are seeking justice and not revenge. And that's how she ended the video, and it went across the earth. It was viral. You know, they have no credibility at all. At all. Let's be very clear. And then there was all the white people stopping to help them, and you know, that's all fine. I don't care, you know. But he was already dead, and she was shot, I believe, in the leg. But you see her in the video. You see her fat ass go down when he opened fire on him. You know, I mean. And last thing I'll say about it that I need to say is this: forget the law. You see, because what this was really about is, whether they're in that costume or not, white people are ass hurt when they don't get their way. That's first. That's an actual attribute of these people. They're ass hurt when they don't get their way. So how that translates into incidents like this is when you'll see in the comments people saying that, you know, we have one of us get killed. Well, they should have complied. They should have just, you know, that means they should, because they should have done what we told them to do. Because when we speak, we're God, and what we say is supposed to go. That's what the translation is, you understand? So that's one. And then the other thing is that this was a human being on the side of the road at night being assaulted and attacked by two fucking savage beasts. Throw that law shit out. This was a human being, a man, under attack, and he defended himself. Period. Done. Don't tell me shit else. Not a damn. Where did I leave off? Richard. Cheryl. Exactly, Jedi. Black people have the God-given fucking right to defend themselves. Absolutely. And that's what we should be focused on, instead of how can we further try and make them feel comfortable when they come to fuck with us when we pull over on the side of the road. Fuck that. Get ready for battle. Be ready. This was textbook. It was perfect. Because he didn't do it too soon or anything. And he would have gone on about his life, and the fucker would have still been alive, and the fat bitch wouldn't have got shot either. But they fucking did the wrong thing. And he was ready. Allahu Akbar. Now, Cheryl, Richard, you're saying, nope, not there. All right, let me click on my own link and see what I get when I click on it. I don't know, son. There's probably a follow-up article or something. I'll pull that and see if we can find out. I'm sure he didn't just go, I'm sure they got after him. We'll find out. Let me click on this link first. Let me see what. Yeah, I click on it, Richard, and I get the video. It's there. So I don't know what is happening on your end, my friend. Cheryl is saying she could see it. Richard, you say shame. It's on a pro-cop channel. The comments below are sickening. Yeah, it's sickening, but white people are sickening. And so this is their true evil. This is the same people who will justify the fuck out of killing 30,000 Palestinians and anything that's in their favor. They have no problem with it. That's why I say have no fucking credibility at fucking all, period. You know, at all. At all. In fact, I do need to pull that because I need to pull the title and see if we can get an article or something so we can find out what, if anything, happened to the brother. Because obviously they had his information, everything. They knew where he stayed at and all that. So I'm sure he didn't just get away. Let's see now. TCW shot. Come on, right.
We're in the middle of the road at 4961.
Okay, here we go, son. I'll just pull up NBC News. We'll start with that, and if that doesn't look like what we hope it looks like, then we'll pull something else. Has been captured after a manhunt. So okay, looks like a little bit of a report.
Killing one of them. Remember, this is a story we told you about last week.
Wait now.
Listen, we want to get to some other breaking news happening out of Tennessee. Police now have in their custody the man accused of shooting 2 sheriff's deputies and killing one of them. Remember, this is a story we told you about last week. There was this big days-long manhunt for the suspect, who police described as armed and dangerous. After this all happened at a traffic stop, officials say he chose not to cooperate. Kathy Park is joining us now. There had been a pretty big search for this man.
See how much information officials say he chose not to cooperate. There's so much shit that is just hidden in just that statement. Nah, bitch. People won't know the full story, you see? He chose not to cooperate.
Their custody, the man accused of shooting 2 sheriff's deputies and killing one of them. Remember, this is a story we told you about last week. There was this big days-long manhunt for the suspect, who police described as armed and dangerous. After this all happened at a traffic stop, officials say he chose not to cooperate. Kathy Park is joining us now. There had been a pretty big search for this man after something that shook this community. What else do we know?
Hey there, Hallie. Yeah, this certainly is a developing story. Probably in a couple of hours, we have official confirmation that the fugitive, who has been on the run, as you mentioned, for several days, is now in custody. Kenneth DeHart Jr. has been arrested. Right now, we're standing by for a press conference to get some new details as to how this capture all unfolded. But as you mentioned, this all began as a traffic stop on Thursday night. That's when 2 Blount County Sheriff's deputies approached the suspect because, according to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, he was driving erratically, and that's when things really took a turn and things escalated. Apparently, the suspect did not get out of his vehicle, was not cooperating, and that's when the deputies deployed a taser. And then during this encounter, we're told by authorities, that's when the suspect, DeHart Jr., began firing at the deputies, killing Sheriff Deputy Greg McGowan and also injuring Sheriff Deputy Shelby Eggers. She was hospitalized briefly, but is now recovering from her injuries. But Hallie, this certainly has been a tense couple of days. This community has been mourning, grieving the death of one of their own, Sheriff Deputy Greg McGowan. His patrol.
One of their own. You see? Language matters, damn it. And we're going to take them at their fucking word. So that's y'all folks. We don't feel shit about it. We just don't. Because that's one of your own. Not they're a public servant and the community is lost. a member of the community that serves the community, and just all just broke. No, has lost one of their own. I've pointed this out to you in the past. I don't give a fuck what precinct it is across this bitch. They always say that shit. The police lost one of their own today. So it's immediately us and them. That's how they think about the shit anyway. Fuck these people. You understand? And because of all the decades and generations they've been our enemy, we celebrate. Listen, when you're on the battlefield and you take out a target, you celebrate. Or you see one of their tanks blow up, you're like, yeah, they lost the tank. You don't be like, oh, it's so sad they lost the tank and it's just over. No, fuck that. Allahu Akbar, they lost the tank. Allahu Akbar, they lost one of their own. You understand?
Patrol vehicle is now covered in flowers and personal messages as a sign of the grief of this community, and this comes just ahead of the official funeral for the deputy. But once again, the fugitive, Kenneth DeHart Jr., is now in custody. He was arrested, according to officials, about 20 miles north of where we are.
Kenneth Wayne DeHart was taken into custody a short time ago in Knoxville. Now the judicial process will take place in the court system, thanks to all of our law enforcement partners and other murdering devils in our community.
In Knoxville, Tennessee, but this is something that several agencies have been on top of. They've been working around the clock ever since Thursday night when this news broke, and the sheriff was adamant. He was confident that he would find the suspect within days, and here we are. But once again, we're standing by for more details as to how this arrest came about. Hallie?
Kathy Park just
Okay, so there's our answer. Which is not surprising. You knew they weren't going to stop till they found him or whatever. Thank God he wasn't killed. Apparently he was able to be taken into custody and not murdered. So glory be to Allah for that, because I'm sure that was their intent. Because they're all about revenge, and so should we be. So, yeah. But like I say, it was just exuberant for me. Like, yeah, man. That's what they get, finally. Now, I want to go into this first piece. Do I want to do that one? Okay, Richard, I see you. All right. Son, stay ready so you don't have to get it. Just jump. Stay ready so you don't have to get, I think you meant ready for those damn demons. Exactly. You go on, son, to say the media is always lying on black people. That's all they do. Richard, I'm watching it now without sound from the tasing. Okay. Yeah, that's really the only part. If you want to watch the other part of it, just to have the lead up and all that, just, that's fine. But, that you could start at that point too, because that's like, and I loved, because they were already tasing him the fuck out of him, and he's shaking. At one point, the white bitch reached in and thinks she gonna grab this big ass black man, you little fucking bitch, and then she ends up getting tased. Oh wait, stop. She goes, I just got tased. Then they keep on tasing him. And then the devil, whoever the fucker is that got murdered, goes, you're going to get it again. Boom. That's when you got it, bitch. That's when you got it. And I don't know this brother, but I will speak for him and say, I know he felt like, I don't give a fuck what happens to me after this. Damn it, I got my shit. You understand? At least I got my lick in. Yeah, they gonna find me. I'm sure I'm going to jail and all that, but goddamn it, I got these motherfuckers tonight. I know that's in his spirit someplace. No problem, son. Now, I want to lead into this piece with Shiro, big shout out to you. I felt like I was probably missing somebody, you know what I mean? So I wanted to go back, make sure there weren't any names hiding. And I was gonna call you yesterday and today, quite frankly, Shiro, to see how your celebration went off and all of that, but it didn't happen. We'll talk. Now, I need to bring you in because, all right, 1723. Yeah, I think this is the order I want to go in. This is so important, you guys, because I was going to talk about this interview anyway, just because it's Monique. And, you know, and then, so I went to watch it. And then, but what she says at this first clip I'm going to show you, that was secondary. Like, that came as bonus, really. I was just like, you know, I knew there was going to be something here to talk about, you know, and that it's Club Shay Shay again. And, you know, Cat Williams had been on there. So it's like, okay, what's she going to say type thing. But this was so valuable to me. And then it goes perfect because then we later find out then her son, what happened with the son, and you know, but this is so important because I've made the point to you over the years. I've said to you, I've told you about my own dynamic with my family, my siblings, you know. Since I've been on earth, I'm a do-gooder, man. I was a good child. I've always been a good human being. I don't know if there's a lot of people that can say that, but damn it, I can say it. And it is the truth. You know, I am a good human being. I love me so much. And I also recognize the blessing that it is, the gift that it is to be me, you know. But I've said to you that you don't have to deal with any relationships that don't serve you, you know. Love, loyalty, all that stuff is a two-way street. And you got to find out if the relationships that you're in, even if they're family, you got to find out. You have to define your relationships. I've said that to you. You got to define your relationships. Define them. Make sure that whoever we're talking about, it's a coworker, it's a neighbor, it's your husband or wife, it's your kids, it's a friend, it's whatever. Go and sit with them and say, this is how I think of our relationship. Is that how you see it? Make sure they feel the fucking same way that you do. Make sure, you know. And I've given you an example, you know, my disaster for a half-sister that lives in New York, my nephew's mother. Her best friend, I've always seen her as my little sister. I literally called her one day. We call her KJ. I said, KJ, listen, to me, you're like my little sister. Like, I don't make any distinction between you and Alecia. Like, you straight up my little sister. Like, what do you feel about me? Like, what's your dynamic with me? You know, and we talked about it. So I'm saying you got to define your relationships. Make sure that we're in the relationship that we think we're in, you know. And when it comes to family, don't ever feel like that you are obligated to these fucking people. You've been fed this anesthesia and this hypnosis that, well, that's your family, so therefore you're supposed to put all the bullshit that they fucking reap upon your life. You don't need to. You don't need to. And indeed, there comes a time in everyone's life where your parents, your siblings, you, yourself, there comes a time where the dynamic changes. Like when you're a child, your parents are just God. That's it. what they say goes. All of your food comes from your sustenance, your survival. They are kind of God to you, you know. But then at some point, there's that crossing over where you come of age and you begin to judge them as people now. You know, my mom's kind of a bitch. Wow, I didn't know that. You know, you start to evaluate them as human beings and not just, oh my God, it's my parents, so therefore they are, you know. At some point you judge them. But also with parents, siblings, all that, there also is a time where it's not given. The obligation there's no obligation that you must now earn my love, trust, and respect as a human being, and I must earn yours. You don't just get it because I'm your brother. You must earn it from me, and I must earn it from you. There's no freebies. And so that can be very freeing, because we all know of toxic families where there's dynamics in the family and they really they just get along, just cause they family. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. I'm here to tell you, you can release that. Like, they're just like any other human beings on earth, and if they don't serve you, then you need to kick rocks and be out. You know, like, don't subject yourself to their toxicity and feel like that you are stuck there just because they are blood related. You know, in fact, it's exactly the opposite. Because they're blood related is even more reason why they should fucking act right. You shouldn't have to lecture these damn people and corral and caress and finesse them into just doing what the fuck is right because they family, you see. But we don't do that. So when it's the other way around, when it's negative, then you don't just get it. You don't. So don't always look for family inside the confines of those who are related to you. Family is expressed through interest. You're interested in me. You seek me out. You care about me. You think about me. You wonder about me. You care about me. You understand? And I matter to you. You're devoted to me. You're loyal to me. You're cheerleading for me. You want the best for me. You would sacrifice for me. You understand? These are the building blocks of the requisite things that make someone family, you know? Family. I've told you all, my brothers in Africa, my brothers in Senegal, that whole family, that's my family. That's my family. That's till the end of time. That is my family. That's my family. There's nothing of my being that they cannot access. My love, my devotion, my loyalty, my finance, my time, my energy, whatever. That's family. That's family, because they embraced me as family. And the same with my brothers in the Gambia. Family. 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 Family, family, damn it, family. So I love what she had to say. And remember that when she's speaking here, this thing with her son has not happened yet. The whole thing with her son was precipitated from this interview. So this is just separate and apart based on what Shannon said to her. Let's get you in here. Oh, you're in already. All right, let's hear this now. What am I hearing? Is that a live picture? Yeah, it's ticking. All right. Hear this.
And I'm the only one. Yes.
So
he's asking her about her family and her growing up, and how she was growing up, and etc.
What would you say your relationship then and now was with your family?
Well, my relationship now with my family,
By the way, I love her hair there. And for those of you who don't know, I've shared with my audience that I met Monique several years ago. I'd gone back to Maryland to visit. Every other year I would go back, and then the following year some of my friends come here, and the next year I would anyways. So we were at one of the hangout spots, and Monique was there, and some of us were outside. I feel like we went out to get air. This fucking dog, y'all. Just look for me on CNN. That's all I could tell you right now. Anyways, this brother comes out, and he's like, man, I gotta get back inside my girl Monique. So you heard that, and it's just like, okay, I guess this is girl, whatever. But he just kept saying it like as if we supposed to know his girl. So it started to grate on me. Like, the fuck, dude? So I'm like, so I was like, who Monique who, dude? Like, should we know her? Like, Monique who? He was like, Monique, you know what I'm saying? The comedian Monique. You feel me, Monique? I'm like, Monique? Like, Queens of Comedy Monique? He's like, yeah. I'm like, Monique is here? That's it. I'm going to meet her. That's it. Because I've never, ever been in any place where there's any celebrity and I did not meet them and have a conversation with them. It simply does not happen. You understand? So I know I'm going to meet her. So I go back inside, and sure enough, there's, because he even said, there's security. I'm like, that meant nothing to me, because I can get to celebrities. I don't care how much security they got. If I met Michael Jackson, I would have got to Michael. The key is you got to make contact. You got to make eye contact with the celebrity. Don't look like a fucking psycho, though. Just be very natural and pleasant, and that makes you stand out to them. Just even that. So I just was waiting for Monique to make eye contact with me, to notice me. And when she did, I did the thing that I fucking hate, and that's this double hand wave. That's so fucking Hollywood. I hate this shit to death. I think I just lost a tooth. Anyways, and so she was like, hi, sugar, hi, sugar. And then I reached out my arms like this, and she reached out her arms, and now I'm going over. And now security is disarmed, because I have the attention and thereby the permission of the celebrity. And when I got up to her, she goes, but I'm all wet, sugar. I said, Monique, it's your sweat. I want you to know this woman hugged me like my sisters hugged me, Like, it was so familiar, like she had been waiting to see, it's almost as if we had spoken for months and she could not wait to see me and had been expecting me, It was so loving. It was so loving. And we held. And then when we released, she still held onto my hands. I'm sopping wet now down the front. And I had on a brown one of these. And I just said to her, Monique, we're so proud of you, how you represent, our people. And, we thank you for loving us. She goes, thank you so much, sugar. Thank you so much. I mean, she was so grateful. I was trying to give her flowers. And, yeah, I don't remember our whole conversation, but I remember my intention was, and my context was to give her flowers, because the other thing you need to do when you meet celebrities is have something to say to them. Not just, oh my God, you're amazing. Take your bitch ass. Take your shit. Like, and know something about them too. Celebrities love when you know something, but don't. I love your work. What work, bitch? What work do you love? Like, what work do you love? That you're loving my work. What is it that People come up to me and say, Jedi, we love your Marc Jacobs campaign. We love when you did Armani. We love when you did Dolce & Gabbana. I mean, they tell me the things. You feel me? They love the #1 films that you were in and things like this. Your concerts with They tell me stuff. They tell me things. They tell me things. And but always know something about the celebrity, And she could not have been more gracious. And when we parted, I went to give her another kiss, and she kissed me on my cheek. It wasn't gratuitous. You could tell it was just as natural to her as breathing. And for me, it was natural. That was just my sister that I'm meeting. Okay, my sister is famous, but that's my sister. So, it was so genuine, and that's why I've defended her over the years whenever she's gotten into a snafu. I feel like I knew her heart already anyway, but I can also add that layer and say I've met the woman, I've spoken to her, and this is who she was, And I'm a very good judge of character. I know if you just put on a 5-minute act for me, or if this is who you are. I'm very good at doing dissertation of character and state of being with human beings. I'm very gifted with that. And I have a piece here on the channel, when she went up to the Breakfast Club and let Charlemagne's bitch ass have it. She means what she says and does, and she's also a woman on a spiritual journey. Too many of us are not understanding that you need to be on a spiritual journey in this life, everybody. You need to, that needs to be the journey you're on. Getting through the day and getting through the week and all that stuff, that's something else. That's not the goal. That's an incidental requisite, if you will. But the goal, and indeed the requisite, the must, should be your journey to the afterlife. And when you're someone who lives in that place, your words and everything that you do, everything about you, your actions, all of it, your intention is different. It's different. Too many people are living for just this life only. They're not even thinking about the next realm at all. And so Monique is somebody who is living in that spiritual space, as is her husband, Sydney. Now, let's hear this and I'll shut up. All right, so he just asked her about, what was it like, your family, something.
Your relationship then and now was with your family.
Well, my relationship now with my family, they're my biological family, and I wish them well.
See, boom, right there. He has that typical, predictable, bullshit ass, learned behavior ass response. She said, and I wish them well. Oh, damn. God love him, but in his mind, as with many of you, but that's your family though. Get the fuck out of my house, bitch. You understand? He's not understanding, but he's open, and Monique is going to explain. So, go.
I'm the only one that'll sneak them damn snacks, Shannon. Right. I'm the only one. Yes.
So what would you say your relationship then and now was with your family?
Well, my relationship now with my family, they're my biological family, and I wish them well. Well, here's the thing. I watched you do I think it was like a little clip, and they were talking about interracial dating.
Yes.
And you said...
Let me say this before we go on, because I'll forget if I don't do it now. I've said this in when I did the Cat Williams piece and since, but once I get past the eyesore that is Shannon's fashion choices and all of that, and I'm on medication, and I've got a therapist standing by, and there's a team of doctors, there's some things going on. But outside of that, he is a excellent interviewer. He's excellent because the key to a good interview is, can you fucking listen? And Shannon is outstanding with that. He listens. First of all, he does his homework. So he knows the subject that he's interviewing and he's interested in them. Then, so he's prepared. But then, even though he's got questions that he wants to, and he has good questions, not run-of-the-mill, predictable vomit. Thoughtful, profound, revealing, exculpatory questions, quality, you know? So I give him high marks for that. And then he can listen. So when he needs to pivot on his questions, but he let you speak. Like, don't just like you talking about something, we're getting all this juice from you, and then the interviewer comes in. And so I wanted to ask you about when you, no, they were telling something juicy. Shut the fuck up. Like, the interviewer is supposed to be the conduit to us. Like, so that I feel like I'm interviewing you. You're asking all the stuff I want to know and some stuff I didn't think about. That is good. You see? And then we're getting it all out. This is one, I've told you, this is one of the things that made Oprah so magical for 25 years. Go back and watch her. Anybody that's going to interview anybody, certainly if you got a fucking talk show, Kelly Clarkson, Jennifer Hudson, Sherry Shepherd is even getting better, you know? But, don't, like, they should have to go through, they should be made to have to watch all 25 years of the Oprah show, 25 years of the Oprah show before you can be called a talk show host. Like, go fucking watch Oprah. Then we'll decide if you're going to have a talk show or not. We don't know yet. We'll decide. Well, we don't know yet. It's touch and go. It's touch and go. We don't know. You see? So Shannon is really fantastic. And the last thing I'll say is that, you know, I don't know what it's up to now, but at last count, his Cat Williamson was approaching something like 60 million views. That crushes every fucking media outlet that you can name. Everybody. Do you understand? So look for the minions to now start coming for Shannon. Now would be the time, Shannon, to cleanse all white people from around you. Because if you have even one, you have a parasite on your hands. You're infiltrated and you're in danger. Free yourself of all their white ass, especially the big nose fucking Zionists who have been attaching themselves to black wealth since the Emancipation Proclamation. Do you understand? And any black folks that you're going to have around you, they need to be able to proclaim of their own volition that the white man is the devil. You need some serious militant black folks around you who love the fuck out of black people first. That should be your crew. But we're already hearing rumblings that Shannon is gay, you see. Well, let's attack his manhood, you see. And let's have the niggers fight over that while we figure out how we're going to get in there and get that money from him. You know. And then he's also doing his cognac thing, you know. Just this, because I don't know how long his channel has been around, and he's a known entity, so I don't even know when he started his cognac. But certainly, you get 60 million views on something, that's good for your brand. So over and atop the millions that he made from fucking just that one interview, just that one, before you even get to the rest of his channel, just that one. He never needs to work ever again in his life, ever. You understand? So he's positioned for something very powerful. And, you know, he could be, if he played his cards right, if I was advising him, I would say, look, let's turn this into you're the next Oprah. That you'll be the guy that everybody knows, no matter where else they give an interview, it's not official, they come to you. Because that's how it was with Oprah. We didn't care what was happening on the earth and what the story was, blah, blah. You waited until they went on Oprah. Wait till Oprah talk about it. Because now we'll get it all, you see. So I'm very proud of him. Very, very proud of him. Very proud. Very proud. All right. That's all I wanted to say before I forget it. And now let's see this, because this is very important. And this will lead us into her son, etc., etc. But I share this philosophy with her. So that's the other reason why I wanted to share this. Let's go.
your relationship then and now was with your family?
Well, my relationship now with my family, they're my biological family, and I wish them well.
Mo.
Here's the thing. I watched you do I think it was like a little clip, and they were talking about interracial dating.
Yes.
And you said, why would somebody stay where they're miserable?
Right.
That applies everywhere, Shannon. It just doesn't apply to that, especially in our community. We've been taught, take care of your family, make sure. Well, there are some families that deserve it. And there are some families that you have to say, listen, I'm so glad we had this time together. Mm-hmm. And that's it. Yeah. That's where I am with mine. I wish all of them the best. But that's what it is. Yeah. So even as I sit here with you now, with all that's going on in Hollywood and all of the stuff I had to go through, I've already been through it with people that you call your family. And I have to say, you know what? That has to just wash off when I know what I'm standing in and what I'm standing on.
You're absolutely right, Monique. My grandmother used to always tell us, she'd say, son, teeth and tongue may fall out, but family never should. And she stood on that. No matter what transpired in the family, no matter how bad someone had treated you, you should never fall out. But hearing you say that's different, because just because we're blood, that doesn't mean we're family through blood. But sometimes it's somebody on the outside that's not blood, that's actually closer family than the actual biological.
We've been taught to say trauma is okay. We've been taught to say you mistreated me, you abused me, you violated me, you disrespected me, you belittled me, but I'm supposed to look at you at Thanksgiving and say, how you doing, Unc? That's what we've been taught. You swallow that pain. That's why people have such a problem with Cat Williams. People have a problem with people that says, I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to tell the truth. And that causes a ruckus. And you would say, why are people upset with the truth? When you hear Steve Harvey say, there are repercussions when you tell the truth. Well, remember when we were children? Mm-hmm. What would your grandmother tell you?
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth, because if not, there will be what? Repercussions. Right. Well, now it's got turned around. When you tell the truth, there'll be repercussions. So what's the opposite of that? Should I tell a lie and get a reward? So that's how we're rolling right now. That's how we're dealing with one another right now. So when it comes to family and people saying, oh, Monique, how could you? Listen. I want to live the rest of this journey that I have in peace. I want to be with my family, in love with my man, he in love with me. We watch our babies grow and develop their own families. I don't need anything in the midst of that, because you family, that I should accept that trauma. I should accept you not taking accountability for what you've done, what you've said, and we just washed the slate. That's why we're in the position we are now as a community, as a Black community, as a community in entertainment. Everybody's been so afraid to say, look what they did to me. Look what they said. And it's like, oh, well, listen now, we don't want to ruffle no feathers, especially if the messenger doesn't fit what people should think the messenger is supposed to look like. Right. And we keep repeating history, Shannon.
Is it a situation?
She just described my entire life. And indeed, the journey that I'm on, have been on for a very, very long time. You know, I haven't spoken to my family since before my father passed in 2009. So I had already stopped speaking to them probably 2008-ish, you know, and it wasn't that the door isn't open, you know. So if I just stop calling you, at some point, you should be calling me and saying, you haven't called me. That's natural. That's what I do. I ain't heard from somebody say, I ain't heard from you. What, you know. And so when they don't, you know you were right, you know. And like she said, I just want to live in peace. You know, that's where I'm at. You know, and indeed that was also part of my proclamation when I did my first crying video in 2015, when I was saying, you know, I want to move to Africa, because I realized, why am I holding myself here when I have no reason to be here? None at all. None. I don't have a reason to be here. So let me go to where my soul can be settled, where my character and my humanity fits, where that's echoed back to me from the people and the land. You understand? So I totally get that, you know, and I hope you receive that. Like she's saying, you know, you don't have to be exposed to whatever your family dynamic is, you know. You don't need to be exposed to that. If they're not, if they just, I'll just say, if they don't act right, you don't got to deal with that. It's that simple. Anybody, quite frankly, you know. But it goes with your family. I like how she led into that when she said, I saw you did a thing about interracial dating. You said you don't have to, whatever the quote was, and she was like, that extends to family too. And he got it. He got it because he knows how to listen also.
Situation, Monique, where people look and say, well, you made it thus far. Well, it couldn't have been that bad, because if it has been as bad as you say it is, Monique, how would you have ever gotten out of Be More? How would you have ever gotten into Hollywood? How would you ever have a talk show? How would you ever be on a sitcom? So how is it that bad, Monique, and you end up like this?
You know, when you first got in the NFL?
Yes, ma'am.
Your eyes were like this.
Yes.
And it was, oh, I made it. I'm here.
Right.
And then after you start getting in it and you started seeing things and you started feeling things and now your eyes start getting a little closer because now you're understanding what the business is.
Right.
So when you first walk through the door, you're walking through the door saying, come on, baby. Oh, this is all I've ever prayed for. And when my baby Cat Williams sat here and said, no one's ever gone out to LA and got a sitcom like that. I was in LA for 3 months. And here comes a show called The Parkers.
Okay.
I'm about to
Here comes the goddamn commercials. That's fine, because that's the perfect place to split.
$1,000 for an accident I was involved in over 5 months.
And then
and she gets into that. We're gonna come back, but I want to use that as a jump off to her son, to keep it in context of what we're talking about at the moment. Let me pull the video. I'll come to you, see what you guys are saying, so I can keep up with you, and then we'll go into the video. But let me pull the video and stage it. Oh, there we are. Oh no, I was supposed to go to something else. Well, we're going to come to that after. That's fine. Because I also have this other piece that I want you to see on Gaza. And, excuse me. Okay, I need this too because their response, her and Sydney. I forgot I was going to show that. I want to say this too.
MREC TV.
The last time. Then this one. No, let's see. There was that, and this. Okay, yeah, those three. Oh well. All right. This is Shalon, or Shalon, her oldest son, who I had never seen. I feel like most of us had never seen
MREC
any of her kids, quite
TV.
frankly.
Peace, world's MREC for MREC TV.
And why I'm presenting this because first of all, because it goes with what I was just highlighting about, just because family is family doesn't mean you got to put up the bullshit. This goes with that line of thought. But I also am seeing and hearing my people getting the wrong they're having the wrong takeaway of this. And I don't want to see any negativity be visited upon her son that is not due, as someone who has been hurt, I understand, and in this case his mother is a celebrity, so there's nothing worse than having a loud voice out there about you and you've got no response just to fix it. Like, whatever the fuck you want to think about me after I tell you this, let me just tell you my side so that you have it all, and then I'm done with it. And that's really the place that he was coming from. And he wasn't seeking fame, attention. He wasn't disrespectful. He didn't call her out of her name. He wasn't trying to do anything that was other than just, let me just say what my side is, and he gave her credit where it was due, and it was very appropriate and respectful, and that is indeed the takeaway that everybody should take away from her son. Now let's see his first video, because he did 2 of them. This is the first one. Let's bring you in. Oh, let's come to you and see what you guys are saying, and then we'll go into that.
It's a fact. In the new economy, average people are becoming millionaires faster and easier than ever before.
World's MREC for MREC TV. We got an interesting clip right here. Monique, oldest son, Shalom. Hit the subscribe, watch this clip, and let's vibe.
Black people, I love you. Richard, you say brother did the right thing, but he's going to pay one hell of a price. Yeah, he is. I'm sure they're going to put him away for life, and he's the worst thing and all of it, and it's all fine. But that was one of those things that I would have made the same decision. Everybody comes to a point where at some point, what's greater, and for me, my dignity is never up for sale or compromise or to be negotiated. Ever. That's the foundation of my manhood. It's the foundation. The foundation. So that must be fiercely protected. And if that means I gotta goddamn it, go to jail for the rest of my life, goddamn it, where's my goddamn it flip-flops? All right. Righteous indignation, another shout out to you. So there's family and then there's relatives, in quotation. I love that. Love that. Love that. There's definitely a difference. Let's see, that's okay. Then son, you say that dog always starts barking every time you are like, don't it? And I've decided that I'm calling animal control. I thought I was going to do it last week, but inshallah I'm going to do it next week. I'm calling animal control and say, what do I need to do to have a full complaint for a barking dog? Like, whatever I got to do, that fucking dog's got to go. Because they already had the fucking Cujo, this big ass black dog, and he's over it. Then they got the yapper. So the yapper is the fucking problem. And it's sad because there's my building here, then across from me is Uncle, and then behind him is the yard of this house. Where the fuck? So if I live there and that dog is right behind me, that's a dead dog already. You understand? Would have been. So something has to be done. Like, I can't do it. I can't do it. Righteous. That's the sign. You say whenever he starts threatening the dog, I'm dead. Original Jewess, a big shout out to you, Queen. Shiro, my queen, you say listening king, just over here making late dinner. What you fixing? Make me a plate and stuff. All right, let's get into Shalon now. This it's 24. All right.
Hi, I am Shalon. I am a stand-up comedian. Monique.
Okay, he's whispering, and I got no more volume I can give you. So turn everything up, y'all.
Hi, I am Shalon. I am a stand-up comedian, Monique's oldest son. I guess I felt the need to make this video to just provide some context into this false narrative about her praying to the universe. I knew to reconcile our relationship or whatever the hell it is. I wrote it all down so that way I don't go all over the place and get emotional or anything like that. So I'm gonna talk like I'm reading a script, but it's just gonna help me kind of stay together. To address the Club Shay Shay interview that she did where she states that she prays to the universe in regards to reconciling our relationship, as I stated, is odd. My mother and I both know that that is a very false narrative, and I would like to free her of having to continue telling that lie.
I love his choice of words there. I like to free her of having to tell that lie. Remember, he's a grown man, so he's entitled to some language, you know, but that's still his mama, and he's obviously aware of that. And Monique do look like she could still snatch you up, so watch your ass. And okay, fine.
Faith without work is dead, and neither one of us cares to put forth any effort to reconcile with the other. We are separate, as she put it, because she doesn't care to be my mother any more than I care to be her son.
Remember, this is hurt. This is hurt. And it would be enough already, but then add to that, your mother is famous. You see? So, and he's the oldest child, and it's a few things, there's a few dynamics at play that you need to have in context as you're receiving him. All right, let's go on.
Neither one of us cares to put forth any effort to reconcile with the other. We are separate, as she put it, because she doesn't care to be my mother any more than I care to be her son. Neither one of us has had the desire to reach out to the other in a very long time, and I don't think that either of us anticipates that feeling ever returning. Speaking with my mother directly, in my experience, will either lead to some odd newfound moment of clarity in regards to how she was as my mother, or she retreats back to daddy to move forward with the conversation. And I'm tired of hearing my mother's truths. Newsflash, I'm not sure if people know, but standing in your truth doesn't make you noble. I'm not sure if people are aware of that. But responding this way, I feel as though it allows me to say my piece uninterrupted. To those wondering, well, why say something now?
Gotta say this. How he said, just say it this way where I'm uninterrupted. What have I said to you over the years? I said, anytime you have any conflict with somebody and you feel like that they don't listen, or when you talk to them, they're just waiting to speak, they're not really, you know, I said, write them a letter. Because when you write them a letter, they can't fucking interrupt. And this is the equivalent of that. You know, when you do a video you know, or even if you write a comment to somebody, you leave something on their social, whatever. When they have to read or listen, they can't interrupt. They're forced to hear you. They must hear you now. They must. They must. So I understood that when he said that, and I wanted to point that out.
To those wondering, well, why say something now? Call it a form of therapy for me, I suppose. But when her daddy had intentionally stated that they have 3 sons, but his wife is on the internet talking about the 4th son in a video that has millions of views, that rubbed me the wrong way. But anyway, to inform a child that you are not interested in being a mother at a time when that kid is the only kid, that has the potential to lead a child to believe that you are not interested in them specifically. But to take it a step further, you also admit, my mother had also admitted to me that she didn't do the best job that she could do, which would also make one begin to question, you know, all of your past decisions and prior emotional interactions. But to be completely honest and fair, you know, those were things that I was willing to get over. You know, nobody's perfect, we're all human. But my mother showed a clear lack of humility, compassion, and consideration when taking any level of accountability for those things. My mother does a fantastic job of acknowledging a lot of things, but she doesn't take accountability very well, and anything that she may take true accountability for, it's only at her convenience, in my experience. But if I had to guess, though, her interest in being a mother probably started around the time that she married her daddy and had his children. But that interest, you know, obviously seemed one-sided, and as it should have been. By that time, I'm in my late teens, so to some degree, the excuse me, the neglect becomes easier to hide or validate, I guess you could say. There are now 2 baby boys in the house, you know, that require attention. But still during that time, however, I still watched her enjoy the love and admiration of total strangers more than my own. To this very day, my mother has never expressed to me when, if ever, she became interested in me as her son. That did lead me down a path of questioning my self-worth and struggling to understand the value of a mother in a child's life. In the interview, she also states that she gave me an apology, but an apology to a son from a mother that consciously showed no interest in him holds no weight. There are still women to this day that my mother will give credit to for being more of a mother to me than she ever could. Her assistant, my cousin, being one of them. Every time, though, that my mother would state that she was right here whenever I was ready, that ideology still blows my mind today, that a person could openly admit to being an uninterested, not put my best foot forward type of parent and be so self-centered that they still express to the kid, you have to come to me when you're ready. You got to come to me for us to make this right. Okay. But I'm not sure what my mother could possibly think that she has shown me in the past or have for me now that's not money, goodness gracious, that would make me want to come to her or whatever that.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is the first of 3 major credit scores.
Whatever those feelings are supposed to be. A mother is supposed to be the first woman that a boy falls in love with. I loved my mother very much.
Okay, this is all very romantic, but what he's not understanding and not taking anything from him, but we can read into this, because a lot of kids get caught up in this, you know, where, you know, your mother, listen, you can't have everything in life. You will be Monique, you will be a famous comedian, you will have a television show, you have a talk show, you have all these things, you have money, blah, 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 but you will not be a size 2. And you will not be the perfect mother. And you will not, I mean, the universe is already telling you, you're not allowed to have. I've preached this till I'm blue. Never look to have it all, everybody. One of the laws of the universe is you cannot have it all. You're not allowed. You're not allowed. You're not allowed. So some of it he's not being reflective enough to understand that. And maybe, I think he says he's got a child now. So maybe he will have some new revelation and go, oh, you know, and give her some grace. Because there's things that she probably just couldn't be there for because she's kind of trying to build a career, you know. And it takes a lot to keep a career going. And there's no handbook for parenthood, you know. So we offer that as just like consideration along the side bumpers, you know. Not taking anything away, just like say some of the stuff he's articulating is like, well, is that really that, you know? And then come talk to me for about 10 minutes, you know. My mom died when I was 6 months old. I spent the first year of my life in the hospital. I was in quarantine. My mother was in where she was at, you know. So I never knew my mother, you know. I'd rather have a mother who is, you know, missing in action or not the perfect mother or something like that than no mother at all. Let's go on.
My mother loved things more than she loved me, and she would validate her love for me by giving me things and would proceed to call me ungrateful or inconsiderate if said things did not have the desired effect. I couldn't imagine what it's like to be her, though, to ask God for what you want, and then he gives you what you need, though, only for you to ignore it and have the audacity to ask God for something else. And I'm glad I don't, I'm glad I didn't do that. And when he told you no, you went to the universe instead. By no means, though, do I want to give off any type of an impression that I am a victim of anything. It's not the case. As you can see, I'm smiling from ear to ear. I'm alive. I'm happy. I'm a dad.
Okay, he's a dad.
I'm healthy, I think. I drink a lot of water. I'm getting over a cold now. You know, I still have my days just like everybody else. And, you know, there were a few things that she did teach me along the way. I did learn how not to love from my mother. I also learned to make sure that I never lose so much of who I am that I have to validate it through another person. And though I feel as though, you know, in hindsight, you know, I think she did it reluctantly, I do appreciate my mother, you know, for showing me what the top of the mountain looks like. You know what I'm saying? It did give me perspective on what hard work and dedication can get you, but I don't want something like that at the cost of giving up something that I created. I don't want it that bad. And speaking of creations, I genuinely, truly, I really did want my mother to have a relationship with my daughter. I even fought through those intrusive thoughts that were, if she wasn't interested in you, what makes you think she's going to be interested in your kid? But it took my mother no time at all to prove that those intrusive thoughts were correct. But what I can say, good for her, the universe did, you know, bless her with 3 other sons. Bless her with 3 other sons. And God willing, you know, I'm sure that one of them, all 3 of them are adults now. So I'm sure that all, you know, one of them, God willing, if not all 3 of them, will make her the grandmother that she wants to be. I still look forward, you know, to that moment for her. But overall, when it comes to the boys, though, I am happy that whenever they do hear me talk, sorry, my phone did something weird, but whenever they hear me talk, they don't know what it is. They can't relate to what it is that I'm saying. My experience with my mother is not their experience with our mother. So my prayer for her and them is that they continue to see her the way that they see her now. I do also want to make sure that I say thank you to my mother for giving me life. Without that moment in time, I wouldn't have had my little one. But outside of that moment, there isn't anything that either of us has to offer the other. In my opinion, it's a waste of God's time and the universe's time for praying for something that you are not willing to put forth any effort to obtain. Putting the work into becoming Monique is more important to my mother than being my mother. And I do not believe that it was never about her being there and waiting for me, but it was supposed to be about me being there and waiting for her.
This $64 high-tech device is the last allergy relief tool you'll ever buy. The average American home collects.
My mother's value had reached such a low point in my life that I no longer found it necessary to either want to wait for her or even go to her. But like I said, man, I'm super grateful that she has the opportunity to do it all over again. You know, I'm happy for her. I hope the Cat Williams tour goes well, but you know, the narrative that she prays for us to reconcile is a false narrative. It's not real, not appreciated if she stopped saying stuff like that.
Okay. There you have it. You saw it. You saw it. So you saw it. So that was his first video. So you could tell there's hurt. But he was also very relaxed. I don't want to say nonchalant, because I don't want to suggest he didn't care. You know, he was just laid back about it. Matter of fact, even, you know. So then he did a second one. All right. So we're going to see a little bit of that. Shiro, you say lasagna with a salad. Yesterday was my oldest's birthday, so it's her birthday dinner. Yeah, I know it was Ashley's birthday. That's why I was saying I knew you were getting ready for your brouhaha with all the decorations and all. So you need to cut me a square of that lasagna. I want a corner. You feel me? And FedEx that. You feel me? I'll make my own salad. You feel me? I don't mind. Cheryl, she has a well-spoken son. Yeah, definitely. Monique, and he just said he has a child. Seems like he will himself become a great father to a child. Yeah. And revelation will take over. You know, sometimes we've all seen where people become parents and they start going, oh, now I know why my mama and daddy did. I know why, you know, revelation. You say happy belated and blessed birthday to your oldest daughter, Shiro. That's from Cheryl to Shiro. And my birthday is next Sunday. Yeah. Today's Sunday, right? Yeah, my birthday is next Sunday. Literally next Sunday. Righteous. Everybody's truth is coming out. That's to Cheryl. Cheryl, Jedi, how many children or sons does Monique have? 4. I always thought she just had 2 children, 2 sons. Yeah, me too. Like, I never really, and I just like, was okay that we never really saw them. I'm like, really, but boom. Shiro, laugh out loud. I wish I could send you some. Wish you can. You feel me? Tomorrow Monday, call FedEx. You feel me? Have them pick up my lasagna. Go to FedEx. You feel me? I need a corner. Cheryl says, don't eat all that lasagna. Don't eat all the lasagna, Jedi. Don't be greedy now.
Get straight to it. Hi, I'm Shalon. So I find it unique that my video was in response to my mother and not her husband, but yet he still had the most to say, which isn't uncommon. I also found it unfortunate.
Wait.
Alright, so I'm just gonna get straight to it. Hi, I'm Shalon. So I find it unique that my video was in response to my mother and not her husband, but yet he still had the most to say, which isn't uncommon. I also find it unfortunate that my mother does not seem to speak on her own. The only two worlds that I know where daddy is used is for children speaking
You guys
with
aren't
their
in.
fathers
What am I
and women
doing?
acknowledging their
All right.
All right, so I'm just gonna get straight to it. Hi, I'm Shalon. So I find it unique that my video was in response to my mother and not her husband, but yet he still had the most to say, which isn't uncommon. I also find it unfortunate that my mother does not seem to speak on her own. The only two worlds that I know where daddy is used is for children speaking with their fathers and women acknowledging their pimps. Her husband starts off by literally doing the very thing that I said that they would do, which honestly kind of made me feel as though their response was ironic because they validate my original video. Either A, she has some newfound moment of clarity, or B, she retreats back to daddy. In her retreat back to him, though, he does not acknowledge what I did say, but instead begins to create a new narrative of things that I did not say, which negates the effects of a response video. The two of you essentially created a new video rather than actually respond to what was actually said. You also brought up my father. My father, though, is not doing interviews talking about me. In quick regards to the three sons comment, under the context in which your husband was speaking, by your rationale, Ma, he should have easily had no problem saying 4 sons, especially since you say he knew me before I knew me. The two of you can sometimes come off as seekers of weak levels of empathy from others while at the same time sidestepping any accountability that one may need to take to attempt to address what I said to another man while also trying to make your wife victim number one has nothing to do with you. My father did not need you to speak for him. You're her daddy, not his. My mother has been speaking on our relationship for years, so to imply that only one side of a story was told when there are several articles and interviews throughout the internet discussing my strained relationship with her, filled with quotes from your wife speaking directly about me while also providing vague context and downplaying the impact of an uninterested mother. I am 33 years old and have had ample opportunity to go to the media and tell some BS story for a BS amount of money, but instead I am on TikTok expressing my feelings for free. If the two of them were paying attention, I literally explained in my first video why I am responding using TikTok. And I should not have to repeat myself. My mother also states there are some people that are saying, oh, you should be ashamed of your mothering skills.
Oh my God, it can't with me.
You should be ashamed of yourself. This is what I say. Let's let it play out. Because the same ones that were saying, oh, I was crazy, I was deranged, we watched it play out. So just like with my son, we're going to watch this play out. First of all, who the hell is we if it ain't you and I reconciling our relationship? Second of all, it's power in a word. Nobody is playing, but I can understand why you would use that word specifically. As you stated in the Club Shay Shay interview, you had the mentality of a 15-year-old child. You required a man to raise you, and you were acting like a little girl. These are your words. It doesn't matter what context I have them in. This is how you thought of yourself as a grown adult who was someone's mother. Last time I checked, Monique fans, a 15-year-old grown adult who acts like a child but is in search of their daddy, they don't typically make efficient parents. But hey, I could be wrong. On a more serious note, to sit there and allow your daddy to address my mental health in a weak attempt to pass my response off as a moment is disturbing and insulting to those of us who do have mental health issues. The way I presented myself was no different than my mother and her daddy presented themselves when addressing D.L. Hughley. And her precious sweet babies ate it up. D.L. is wrong because he's so loud. Mo and Daddy are right because they're so calm. But I, for some reason, don't get the same energy. To simply try to call me crazy is dismissive and cowardice. Attacking somebody's mental status is a clear sign that you have zero to stand on. Furthermore, what kind of person still has a text message from their wife's son that is over 2 years old, still in their phone, saved just for the purpose of re-showing it to him? What I specifically remember about that message is that at the end of it, you said something along the lines of, if you don't respond, I understand. I could care less about what your message was about, but for you to say in the message, if you don't respond, I understand, why was it then that when you and I did speak after that message was sent, the first question out of your mouth, I understand. I could care less about what your message was about, but for you to say in the message, if you don't respond, I understand, why was it then that when you and I did speak after that message was sent, the first question out of your mouth is, hey man, how come you didn't respond to my text message? I found that to be very unique, but I did not need an explanation. on how to speak to women or how to listen to women. That was not what that situation was about. My mother showed me how conceited she is in that situation that you were referring to. For a woman to villainize the actions of her son for being a man and a father to his new family simply because she had not heard from him in 2 days, as though her phone was broken and she could not check on me. Because last time I checked, I was a new parent. I didn't get a new house. I didn't go on vacation. I didn't just get a new game system. I had a baby. And in those 2 days that you did not hear from me, I was handling my business as a man and a father. But I will assume your phone and the phones of those around you were all broken, which I wanted to believe was the reason why you did not.
Oh no.
15-year-old grown adult who acts like a child but is in search of their daddy. They don't typically make efficient parents. That you would be giving us $10,000 for down payment on you were all broken, which I wanted to believe was the reason why you did not respond to a message from your son expressing his concern over some bumps that your grandchild had
508
under the context in which your husband was speaking. By your rationale had on her back. You would later make it your business to tell me that you got the message and chose not to respond because her other grandmother is a nurse. Damn the fact that she is also your blood. And shout out to Nana. My baby girl loves her some Nana. The statement about money and then stating, don't let nobody introduce me to you, is not a competent statement to make because it wasn't a complete sentence, nor did the two things correlate with each other. And when did you have the time to introduce yourself to a son that you weren't interested in and didn't do the best job you could do? I'm starting to think that you're not hearing this.
I notice he says that a lot. Even in the first video, he really feels like his mother was never interested in him. That is a constant theme that comes out in his language. Like, she's just not even interested in me. Not interested.
Yourself. To address money, you gave me $10,000 for a down payment on a car. Yes, thank you again. Thank you. My girlfriend and I were already prepared to put our money together and get a car. You and your husband called us one day and stated that y'all were going to give us $5,000 for a down payment. We said, okay. You then called us back a day or two later and stated that you would be giving us $10,000 for a down payment on the car. You and him made the conscious choice to give us that money. We did not ask you for anything, but this is an example of a rich person doing something for you, and because this is, an example of a rich person doing something for you because they want to do it for you, but because it doesn't have the desired effect that they want it to have, you are inconsiderate and ungrateful. But let's take it a step further.
Let's unpack that. Because what he's insinuating is that, they gave the money, and he said, a rich person gives something, a rich person gives you money, and because it doesn't have the effect that they feel like it should have on you, then you're ungrateful. Well, it can come off like that. This can be a both and. This doesn't have to be an either or. When I give somebody anything, I need to know that you appreciate that. Like, you don't gotta fall over yourself, and you don't have to have a parade in my honor, and but it should be known that, wow, thank you, whatever. I don't even like when you watch a game show or a talk show or something, and they surprise them, maybe a talk show, and they like, well, we talk with our partners at such and such, and they're gonna give you such and such, and they don't have the proper response. I'm not even giving it to you, and I'm pissed that you're not acting right. Like, I'm mad. You feel me? So, but this is a mother-son dynamic, and so maybe you were a little. Maybe you were grateful, but your actions seemed like you were a little pissy about it. I just give you 10 grand, you're my kid. Damn it, show some gratitude. So maybe there was that. And he's saying, like, so that, to me, that leads me to believe that you didn't have a reaction that was comparable to my mom was giving me $10,000. Fake it if you need to, goddammit. You know, Monique has $10,000, but damn it, it's still $10,000.
Doesn't have the desired effect
there, right there,
that they want it to have, you are inconsiderate and ungrateful. Well, let's take it a step further. I eventually would uncover that my mother had left me a UTMA worth $45,000.
A UTMA, everybody. I looked it up. And I'll pull it up again. What is a UTMA account?
According to Vanguard, custodial accounts under the Uniform Gifts to Minors Act or Uniform Transfers to Minors Act are accounts created under a state's law to hold gifts or transfers that a minor has received.
It's UTMA is the acronym for Uniform Gifts to Minors Act, a UGMA. And let's see, and the accounts created under state's law to hold gifts or transfers that a minor has received. But when I looked it up the first time, it also says that they also, the money has to go to them when they get a certain age. Like, it's not even like, oh, it could go to somebody else. It could. No, it's however it's set up. It definitely goes to that kid, you know. So she had set this up for him. And then hear this now. Now that you know what it is.
You are inconsiderate and ungrateful. But let's take it a step further. I eventually would uncover that my mother had left me a UTMA worth $45,000. You never brought that account to my attention. You claim it was because you forgot that you even set it up in the first place.
Yes, and that can happen. Listen, one of the reasons why I recommend anybody on Son of My Voice to have a 401k and to invest in technology. That's how you want to diversify your investments, not shit else. Because no matter what else happens, technology continues to soar. Give a fuck. 9/11, a pandemic, it don't matter. Technology, goddamn. Anyways, you can forget that you have it, you know, especially with a 401k, because at the time that this particular 401k was set up, I was working for Xerox. And so my contribution, it was good for me as a single person because it's pre-tax. Like, they put your money in your 401k before so you come out better, because what you're going to be taxed on is after that. So it's, you see, so pre-tax. So I'm just trying to say, you can forget, like, anything that even when I put money away or I hide money around the house or things like that, it is just to forget it. And if you have somebody like Monique, somebody is probably handling your money for you, your accountant, and I could see very easily she could forget that there was something set up. But that shouldn't be the issue, though, bruh. I don't care if you forgot that you gave me $1 million. Bitch, you gave me $1 million. That's what seems to be important to me. You call me crazy. I know. I'm out of line. You know. So why you would be hurt that she forgot but you got 45 grand. I mean, it's not a
$1,000. You never brought that account to my attention. You claim it was because you forgot that you even set it up in the first place, which validates my original point. Who forgets that they invested $45,000 into a child that at that time is the only child? When I was home.
And what kid is ass hurt that the parent forgot they gave them $45,000, but gave them $45,000? When you get ass hurt is when they didn't give you $45,000 and they had it to give you. I mean, so there's some things that he's just short-sighted on. He's just, you know, sometimes you can be in whatever it is in life, sometimes you just can't see it. That don't make you bad or any, it's just, you just can't see it. It's just not the will of Allah. You just can't see the obvious. You just can't see. So he gets down the road a little bit more in life, and he has an epiphany. Oh, damn it, I get it.
Homeless, and I called you to help me figure out how to access the account. You said, my attention, you claim it was because you forgot that you even set it up in the first place, which validates my original point. Who forgets that they invested $45,000?
And she could forget, because the terms of UTMA is that it's gonna definitely go to you anyway. She doesn't need to really remember. You bitch when she has it and she didn't remember to give it to you. But the way that this particular type of account is set up, it's going to go to you. It can only go to you. So it's okay that she forgot. So what? You got 45 grand. All right, here's how we fix it. You're so right, Shalon. You know, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I hate to sacrifice me. I'm always being a martyr. All right, give me your PIN number. We'll transfer the money to my account. I don't want to do it. I'll take the 45 grand. I'll do it. Somebody has to do it.
$1,000 into a child that at that time is the only child. When I was homeless and I called you to help me figure out how to access the account, you said, Shalon, I don't even know what you're talking about, and if I did, why do you think I would help you?
Because you probably thought that she was holding it from you, but what you don't know about this type of account is she can't get the money. It only can be given to you at a certain age. I think it's at a designated age, or we'll just see now, because okay, here's the brief thing on it. Custodial accounts under the Uniform Gift to Minors Act, the shit, are accounts created under a state law to hold gifts or transfers that a minor has received. The accounts are managed by a custodian, and once a gift or transfer is made to an account, the gift or transfer cannot be revoked because the minor owns the assets in the account. The account is held and reported under the minor's social security number. Any adult resident of the United States can open or contribute to this UTMA. The custodian named on the account and the person making the gift or transfer can be the same person, but don't have to be, because the minor owns the assets in the account. The account is held and reported under the minor's social security number, so the investment earnings are taxed as the minor's income. There are no limits to the dollar amount of the gift or transfer that can be made in this account, but amounts above $17,000 per year, $34,000 for a married couple filing jointly, will incur federal gift tax. Unlike college savings plans, there is no penalty if account assets aren't used to pay for college. Once the minor reaches adulthood, the money is turned over to the minor, and the minor will have full control of the assets and can use them for any purpose, education or otherwise. And so the key thing there is that it's attached to the social security number. So Monique didn't need to remember. She can't access it. She can't revoke the money. She can't get it. It's nothing. The 45 grand is in there. It's going to be yours no matter what happens. If the world ends, it's attached to your social security number. It's going, you're going to get the money. So maybe he just doesn't know that, or he didn't know that, even though he's gotten the money, and in a second he says he squandered the money and he takes full responsibility. But did you read up to understand what type of an account it was, though, Shalon? You know, I mean, because there's some grace to be given to your mother for this. She thought about your bitch ass. Come on.
And I called you to help me figure out how to access the account. You said, Shalon, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Because she was
and
the
if
custodian.
I did, why do you think I would help you? After finding out from the Georgia Department of Revenue that they had been sending me mail to 3 separate Georgia addresses, all of which I lived at with you at some point or another. For the life of me, I can't grasp how those letters managed to slip by so many people at 3 different locations. I did, however, eventually get access to the money and the brokerage account that you had set up for me with Morgan Stanley. To be fair, what you put together for me was amazing, especially had I let it sit for a year or two, which made it bittersweet that you wouldn't have wanted to help or even educate me on how to manage what I had. my blowing through that money is all on me, and I have to take my accountability for that, and it's a lesson learned. Sydney stated that the last time that him
And maybe that's why your mama didn't, when the mail was coming, so even she didn't remember it, another thing, but maybe when the mail was coming, you know, and I could see that even happening because your mother's on tour a lot, you know, she's not just sitting at home on her ass, she's on tour, she's not just sitting around the house.
I spoke, I wanted to call him Dad. The actual truth is that I wanted to call him Pop. Calling you Uncle Sydney, but my mother calls you Daddy and the boys call you Daddy. It was getting a little awkward. And yes, for a very short time, I did feel that way about you. But the more things change, the more they stay the same. Oh, Black Jesus. I do just want to really quickly give a really, really big thank you to the support that I received throughout this. I didn't think that that was something that was going to happen. I didn't make that video to have a tennis match with my mother. I do not plan on making any more videos. This is it. I've said what I wanted to say. To me, if you're not going to acknowledge, you've already shown me that you don't care enough to acknowledge what I did say, so I definitely don't have the expectation that you're going to acknowledge now what I'm saying. So it is what it is. But once again, I want to say thank you again, man. That day that before I posted that original video, I went to sleep with 25 followers that I probably could name all. I could probably name all 25 of those people. I think I have over like 12,000 followers now. That's really cool, man. I really appreciate that. But I just can't say thank you enough. I know I sound like a broken record, but I do appreciate the love. And best of luck to my mother and Sydney. And I hope that the Cat Williams tour is incredible. I really, really do. But when it comes to me, I am going to enjoy being a dad and being a man and just going through life, man. I don't want to be famous or notorious for being someone's neglected kid. I don't want that to be my story. And I only said what I said just to provide context, not to become anything. But y'all be safe, man. Peace.
You saw the evidence. You saw it. You saw it. You saw it. Yeah, I think it came from the right place and for the right reason, you know. And again, it's also the universe snatching something from you to remind you can't have it all. So, Shalon, you will be the oldest child of a very famous comedian and Oscar-winning screen actress and all the other accolades that she has, but you will not be close to her. So you will have a little bit of coin, and you basically have what you need. There'll be some tough time, but you will not have it all. You see, it's the universe once again denying you to have perfection. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. You know, you always wanted a gas stove. You find the perfect house, perfect location, right everything, perfect neighbors, perfect everything, and oh my God, electric stove. I'm seeing rumblings now of a third video, y'all. Wait now. There is a third video. This is new information. This is happening live. We have to see it. Let's get you in here.
Here we go again, right? Hi, I'm Shalon. I'm gonna jump right into it.
Okay, this is a better look for you, Shalon, than the Jesus of Nazareth meets Jackie Robinson. It was just...
Here we go again, right? Hi, I'm Shalon. I'm gonna jump right into it. I guess the intelligent thing to do when assuming that your son is having a mental episode is to post personal screenshots of text messages that are 3 years old in an attempt to validate a false narrative, as if they are some type of receipt. You also invaded the privacy of my daughter's grandparents by posting your receipts. Neither of you should never speak on mental health again if you thought that that idea was a good one. As a person who lives with mental health issues, let me be the first to educate you that there are individuals who have taken their lives, harmed, and also taken the lives of others for doing the very thing that you so proudly did and your fan base pats you on the back for, which is very telling to how strangers will buy into your toxicity. Picking up the phone to check on your son that you believe is having a mental episode to make sure that he is okay, while also making sure that your granddaughter is safe, is too much to ask, I guess. For those wondering, I have gone to therapy on several different occasions, and that is not something that I will ever be ashamed of. I have even gone to therapy with my mother on several occasions. But for those who know how efficient therapy only works when both people are being open. My mother was still in her 15-year-old mentality phase during that time, so I guess I understand why she did not know how to be open with me during our sessions. When a person becomes accustomed to being a victim and others get used to seeing them as one, they live their lives in a state of internalization, meaning you consistently receive another's approach as an attack, constantly putting you under the illusion that you need to always be on the defense, even in situations where there is no actual attack, just an acknowledgement of things already said by you. One should not feel attacked by an acknowledgement of the words that they stand on. You eventually become a passive aggressor. To address the men that had something to say in regards to men don't do what I'm doing, let me be very clear. How I man is none of your business. What and how
I like that. How I man. I like that. I like that. I've never heard that. How I man.
Your business.
I love that.
What and how I feed my address.
That's a whole new phraseology.
Something to say in regards to men don't do what I'm doing. Let me be very clear. How I man is none of your business. What and how I feed my family has no place on your plate. For every person that stated I should not have come to the internet, I would just like to ask, what do Club Shay Shay, the articles about my mother and I's relationship, the interviews about our relationship, and Instagram all have in common? Well, if you are competent, the internet. Furthermore, I did not expose my mother, nor did I badmouth my mother.
Right.
I simply provided context to what was already being said about me, while also explaining why I don't speak to them directly. The reason those that feel negatively about what I said are just having a hard time differentiating between Nikki Parker and Monique. Please stop with the cornball idea that a celebrity can talk about a family member on the internet for years, but God forbid said family member says any one thing, and you all are outside with tiki torches and pitchforks defending not the actual person, but the idea of a person. These people are in an industry that is efficient at making money off of what is pretend. So in essence, you are defending a character. I love my mother, and it took the birth of my daughter to help me begin to understand the value of a mother.
Revelation.
I am very proud of my mother, though, and I'm proud of the things that she has accomplished and will go on to accomplish in the future. My mother's bad, man. I watched that woman go from Baltimore to the moon. That drive is also in my daughter's blood. Not only is she still my mother, she's also a part of history, and I would be doing my daughter a disservice by not telling her about who my mother is and was. But since those messages that you posted were used as some type of a receipt to validate your false narrative, I figured I would take some time to gather up my receipts to validate my decision to move forward with my life without my mother in it. I do want to thank you all for listening for the now final time that I will ever address this topic, and I will leave you with my receipts.
Oh, look at the bug, y'all. Oh. She's using her powers. She's using her powers. She's using her powers. Look at the bug. Look at the wiggle. Look at the feet. Oh. Look at the nasty. Look at you, Bobby. Oh, man. Look. Oh, my God. Fighter. Look at the bundle. She runs the place. Oh, she's everything, dude. Oh, look at you, Bobby. Look. Oh, a mess. And at least we know he got him a sister. Glory. High glory. I guess that's the mama. The sister with the... Look at the honey. Man, she's everything. She's divine, dude. Wow.
Now there's a better way to get
Wow.
live TV. Switch to...
Wow. Wow. She just stole my heart. I don't know if I can even go on with the rest of the stream now. Oh, she's everything. SubhanAllah. Let me see what y'all are saying. And then I want to start moving to Usher and the Super Bowl and all the other nonsense. Cheryl, are they all her biological children? Yeah, she had the twins, and there's Shalon, that's 3. And there's one more. Like, I don't remember. Son, oh my God, I wish Monique and her child should sit in private and speak. And I think they will, because the key to reconciliation is communication. Because you can't have reconciliation without acknowledgement. But the key to getting there is communication. Can I listen to you, and can I understand you? Can you listen to me and understand me? That means listening to me. You're not waiting to speak. You're not trying to triggered by shit I'm saying. You're absorbing everything I'm saying, good or bad, and then you see. So I think he shows a maturity in that area, and certainly Monique has it. We see that with her in Sydney, and yeah, I think they've got the ingredients to be able to do it. You know, and as I theorized, and then he just said it in that video, I said, I think that some of this stuff, you know, now he has a child, there'll be revelation. He realized, oh, and now I see why my mama did such, oh, you know. And so he said that in this piece just now, you know. So that's, yeah, they're going to be all right. I think they're going to be all right. Anjane 23, what is up, Queen? A big shout out to you. So glad you could make it. And I did that piece out of Tennessee and shouted you out. You go on and say Monique never hid that she made mistakes with her first son because she was grinding so hard. I don't like how he's coming at her like she's an awful person. What does he want from her at this point? I don't think he's coming at her like she's an awful person, but I do join you in that question because I didn't think about it. I think what he wants now is acknowledgement, because he kept saying his theme seemed to be like, she's not interested in me. Yeah, I'm the oldest, and then the two boys, and then after that there was a younger kid in the house, and so, or a young baby, he said. So he just kind of felt pushed aside. So maybe there's also some of the older child woe. I think what he wants now is a sense of normalcy, but I feel like he's looking for acknowledgement too. Like there has to be, you got to fix it before we can move on. Like she was saying in the earlier piece, you know, people want you to just take the shit and go on. You should just patch it up so it can be okay and be, nah. We have to deal with it. Is it fixed? Now we're good and we can move on. And I think that's what he wants. You know. That's Son to Anjane, Anjane to Son, and Cheryl. Son. This young man needs to stop this and talk to his mother, the only mother he has in this world, in private. Nobody is perfect. And he's finding that out now that he's got that precious little princess. She runs the place. I don't care what that she runs it. She runs it. I can tell from the first picture she's using her powers, and you're powerless in her presence. Shira, I can understand when he said, oh, by the way, everybody, Ramadan starts next month. We think it's going to be around the 10th. I can't believe it. Like that. But Shiro, you say, I could understand when he said, Mo and the boys calling this dude daddy is awkward. Yeah, and you know, I think it's very loving how she calls him daddy and he calls her mama. Just like Black Acres of the Gambia, he calls her big sweet mama, and she calls him Big Daddy or something like that. I love that. I love that. It calls her Juicy Sweet Mama. Juicy Sweet Mama. And she calls him Big Daddy. I love that. You know. The other thing that Monique and Sydney have is what I've told you must have in order to have. One of the ingredients to a perfect relationship, everybody, is your lover must be your best friend. That's got to be, that has to be your best friend. How many, go find next week, just we talking to couples, and turn to the dude and say, who's your best friend, man? Or who's some of your best friends you have? You know, and they're going to start naming people that not to have to sit next to them. And she's going to do the same thing. It's immediately a problem if they don't look at you and say, we're best friends. It's us. We're the best friends. It's us. You see. Because you go into a relationship and you have friends. Your relationship goes straight to hell and you go back to your friends. You get another relationship. You got your friends. Relationship goes to shit, goes to divorce, whatever. You go back to your friends. Well, what are we seeing here? The pattern is the friends are consistent. But the relationships are coming and going, but the friends are still there. So you must have best friend. That's why you shouldn't rush to the bed. You shouldn't rush to all this mushy bullshit. You should get to know each other, and that should be your ace, boom, boom, like your Bonnie and Clyde. You can't do nothing without this person. Like, that's my secrets, that's my humor, that's my inside jokes, that's my best friend, that's my favorite person on earth. And not in some bullshit way, that it really is like, that's my best friend. That's my best friend. Like, that's my best friend. That's literally my best. So if we weren't a couple, this is the person I'm naming that would be my best friend. When you have that, you have it for life. That's it. And Sydney and Monique have that because they've known each other since they were 14 years old. And he was there through relationship and heartache. And she was there for him, relationship and heartache. But they were still best friends. Now they're together. That's delicious. You understand? Because when everything else dissipates, you still got a best friend. Damn it, we like each other, period. You know, but usually relationships are built on something else. So when that goes to hell, there is nothing to hold it up. And it's over. It's over. It's over. Your lover must be your best friend. Must be. If you have any hope of survival. Wait, no. So I love the whole daddy thing. But I'm with him, like, I don't need to be calling your dude daddy. It ain't my daddy. Like, even my father is my father. I didn't call him daddy. That's for the girls to do that. That's my dad or my father, you know, like, you know, pops. Son. Shalon said he is having mental health issues. Okay, I think maybe he should get into therapy. He just said he wasn't going to make another video. Now here it is. But he also said, son, that he has been to therapy. And he's even been to therapy with her, with Monique. You know, they've gone together even. So, and he's acknowledging that he, you know, it's not like what Sydney is making out to be. He was offended by that. That's why he came so strong in the second video. Because like what y'all, because Sydney said he was having a moment. Like, you don't want to say that about somebody. It's like they was trying to say Kanye West was crazy, you know, and this is the third. So it's a very, I get where he's coming from on that. But yeah, he's been to therapy. Son, you say Monique's cute granddaughter. Oh, she was everything. Oh. I am so powerless with kids, man. Oh, especially little girls like that cute. She would just run me. She would just run me. There would be nothing I could do. I would be under siege. Righteous indignation. Naturally, he just wanted an alternative or an attentive mother in his formative years. It really is heartbreaking. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The hurt that was there, and he just wanted to. That's why I said at the beginning, you know, what we're seeing here. This is hurt. This is hurt. You know, and then that's complicated and compounded by the fact your mother is a celebrity. You know. And it's like, wait, what about me? Me? What about me? Just me. And now, wait, now these other kids have come along. Damn it, I still didn't get my moment. You know, damn it, now I'm an adult. So I really empathize with him on so many levels. I do. And as I say, I don't think he was disrespectful. He didn't call her out of her name. He gave credit where credit was due. He complimented her. He said he loved her. He was proud of her and all these things. And so that can all stand. And that shows maturity, because can you hold two concepts at the same damn time? This is a problem, and I still love my mother. That's maturity. You know, it's like I'm always trying to qualify to my people. I've already said Oprah is some bullshit. I can still give her a compliment. I can still do that. You understand? That's just one example. You got to be able to hold more than one concept in your mind at one time. Two opposing thoughts. Okay, now, so I have several issues with the, oh damn it, we're not going to do their response. I'll just show it to you so you saw it exist. Because I don't want this to be just about that tonight in this stream. And maybe we'll do another part where we pick up on them. So yeah, we'll do another part. In our next stream, we will then visit Sydney and Monique, and oh my God, this was their response to Shalon. All right. Now, so first of all, let me say this. I love Usher. I love him. And I'm so proud of him. he has imprinted on me like he's my little brother or my nephew or something, you know, just because I literally watched him. I watched him grow up. I watched his career happen. I saw it, you know. I saw when he first started going on award shows, and every fucking time there was a wardrobe malfunction or a mic malfunction. We just like, when are we going to get a clean performance from this kid? Can he just, what's happening, you know? Like, he was doing You Make Me Wanna. And one time he was trying to, his shirt didn't rip right. Then another time, the mic kept going out. The lady had to dance out, fake dance, and give him another mic. What the fuck is happening? Then there was something else that happened. And it was just like, what is happening to this kid, you know? So we were here for all of that. And, but Usher has remained steady. And by the will of Allah, his career took a trajectory that would give him longevity. That here we sit in 2024, he's relevant and can be the hype for the Super Bowl, you know. That is extraordinary. My favorite album is always going to be 8701 because it's only a few albums in the history of music that you could just put it on and don't touch it, and every song is a good song. The first album that did that for me was Purple Rain. Every song, you don't need to go, wait, put it on, okay, I heard it, but put it on, no, leave it alone. Just let the fucking record play from beginning to end, and it's all good. That's the first album that had that effect on me. Outside of my wife, which I co-wrote and produced on those songs, so I don't really count that. Control, Over the Nation, I wrote them all. Janet album's all me. But not making this about me. And then 8701 was certainly that. And he has a song, How Do I Say I Love You? I don't know if it's just called How Do I Say or How Do I Say I Love You, but he's using all these different languages of how you say I love you in different languages. You know, it's so good. A foreign beauty, so exotic. When she looked at me, she took my breath away. She sings with her body, ooh, so hypnotic. In a language that I never will forget. I hear it calling. Something, did you hear that? That, the whole fucking album, dude. He murders. But having said that, and I also saw Usher unexpectedly live when, because Jan and I were broken up at the time that she started her Velvet Rope tour. And she actually opened up at the MCI Center in DC. What are the odds? She knew I was there. That's why she opened up in DC that year. Feel me? That's why she did it though. But see, but that's why. But you could tell that. But that's why and stuff. And her or Michael have never had an opening act, but there was Usher. I didn't know there was an opening act. I don't know if anybody else in the fucking MCI Center knew there was supposed to be an opening act. But it was Usher. And when he was done, I'm like, okay, we're gonna get to Janet. More. He was so good, man. They brought this smoky cylinder thing on the stage, and he came out of that. And that's where it all began. And he murdered him, them dancers. He killed, and he killed again, and then kept on killing. He's so good. Damn. Wow, he's really good. But the Super Bowl just did not have it. And I'm going to tell you why. You know, let me pull. It doesn't have to be just a Super Bowl. anytime you watch anything, if I hear a song, if I'm not ready to rewind it as it's still, I'm just hearing it for the first time, and I'm ready to go back to the beginning and it's not even done yet, it's only halfway through, that's a good song. That's a good song. You sold it, it's good, I want it right now. That's it. That's it. A good performance, you're going to watch it over and over and over and over and over again. I love Usher. And I think he does owe me money. My people are checking before I went live tonight. We've not gotten the results yet, but I think he does owe me. But there's not a moment that I could identify in that show where I go, I gotta see that again. Sometimes you can try and do so much that you don't do anything at all. Look back at some of the great Super Bowls. And I was very tough on the Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg bullshit that they go. That video was here on the channel. I murdered that to death. I'm really pleased at my review and assessment of that. You know, I really, that's an education for you. You know, you will be moved by that video when you go, yeah, that's right, and yeah, you know. And so, but because performance is my middle name, you know, and I've done so much performing and certainly choreography, and I've shared with you that over the years that, you know, people just think of choreographers as we're just going to do the dance. That's not all we do, you know. We do everything that has to do with that performance. And if it's a televised thing, now we're working with the director of photography and the producers because we need to call the shots. You need to know at this point we need a close-up on Usher. Here we need a pullback. This we need to show the entire dance. This needs to be shot from this angle, etc., you know. And that all goes into the rehearsals, and the engineers that work all this stuff, they're wizards. They're very good at what they do, man. This is what they do. So there just wasn't a moment. Now I don't know who his choreographer is, and Usher is very much involved in his own choreography because he's been dancing forever. But there just wasn't a moment that you went, I gotta see that again. Oh my God, they're killing it. Oh, there just wasn't a moment. Everybody's talking about the Alicia Keys thing. And if you had a good show, it would have been this and the Alicia Keys thing. In this case, it's just the Alicia Keys thing, which I'm going to come to because that's ridiculous. But there's no moment. And he opened with Caught Up. Yeah, I love that. Because the first time I saw him do it live, he did it with James Brown, where James Brown comes into the thing later, and he's anointing Usher, you know. But he comes out of Queen Latifah introduced some award show. It could have been, I don't know what award show, but Queen Latifah just introduced him, and then he comes up out of this smoke. Like there's a hole in the stage, and he walks up out of it in silhouette. He's got the fedora, the suit is couture, and he knows how to pose in silhouette. Usher's got style, dude. He knows, he's aware of his presence. He's got that surround vision that I have. I know how I look from the front, the back, and the side. At any moment you catch me on the earth, I'm spatially aware of my presence. And he has that. He has it. And he's good with that microphone, so he was giving you that old style flavor, you know, with his movement, and then with the mic stand, because he's able to dip it and do it, and you know, the mic stand, and he's good with that. And the hat, he was twirling the fucking fedora like on end, you know, like he's so good. But I remember he did that song, and yeah, I'm the kind of brother who've been doing it my way, getting my way for years, without a care. And every lover, yeah. In and out my life, I hit love and left in tears, without a care. Yeah, I love that. Anyway, so he opens the Super Bowl with that. And then I happen to watch the behind the scenes, because that's what I do, where they're, you know, all the work, you know, and with all the Swarovski crystals, and this is going to be this, and the designer is this. Fuck you. We didn't even see the shit. The coat that he had on was, you can't believe the work that went into it and how extravagant and involved it was. And literally it was on him for 2 seconds on television. That's a waste of time and money, man. I get the detail factor of it because that comes from, you know, great artists like Michael. Janet does the same thing. And I have this in my personality. Sometimes if it's not something anybody would even know about or care about, I just need to know that it's taken care of. Like, for years, I would sit up here with fragrance oil on. Like, they're not going to smell you, Jedi, but I know I smell good. So it doesn't matter. It's like, that's not the best example, but it's one to help you understand. And you started out on the field. Like, no. Let's pull it up so we can get some still shots and I can illustrate what I'm talking about. Because I want, listen, let me also put this caveat on it. Usher said himself in an interview speaking to, I think it was Gayle King, who has now admitted that she does want me. It's known. But he said, you know, and I know this is true, this show was for him. It's, with any artist, it's so about giving it. You rehearse it, you do it, you give it. But you didn't really enjoy it. You had fun doing it, but you didn't experience it. You gave it, so you didn't experience it, you know. And so it was more personal for him, and he was trying to take us on a journey over his 30 years in the business. And he hasn't aged either. That's the other thing too. Fuck you, Usher. A little bitterness. But I was gonna say he's aged well, but he hasn't aged. He literally looks the same. Okay, you look at really old pictures when he was still wearing like the scarf thing, the pullover, not the do-rag, but the do-rag Scully. He looks a little milk-faced, you know, but that's it. He looks the fucking same. I'm sick and tired of it. So he's trying to take us over the 30 years of his career and the music and all of it, and I get it. But it wasn't well staged. You know, the opening felt pull it up, Jedi. The opening felt like Cirque du Soleil, kind of all over the place. People just sort of doing a bunch of things like a carnival, and then, oh, there's Usher there, but they're doing the marching band over here, and somebody in sequence right here, and who's that? Are they doing a dance routine? Is that part of the show? We don't know. And you know, it was disjointed. They didn't shoot him the right way. It was so much missed, man. It was just probably the best thing, and it wasn't highlighted enough, was the skating at the end, because that's difficult. You're on skates moving in sync. That's not easy. And it just didn't have it. Jermaine Dupri, somebody find him and I will pay you the ransom to bring him before me for that fucking Lollipop Guild suit he was wearing. Like Little Bo Peep meets the Lollipop Guild. I think I saw Glinda the Good Witch in the background of the fucking bubble. I thought I saw the bitch's bubble. I mean, it just... Ludacris comes off as fake to me. I don't believe you in anything that you do. He seems conniving. His face, ever since I knew who he was, I just don't like Ludacris. I don't hate him the way I hate 50 Cent. It's not that type of dislike. I just don't like Ludacris. I just don't like him. And Little John, you are played out. And those hard shoes with those leather pants just did not meet the fashion standard. And it's just some things that cannot be forgiven. I get you trying to do the ATL thing, trying to be, in fact, at the end of you saying, I brought ATL to the world, I brought ATL to the world, you know. Sure. You know, and there's no need for any of this, because I told Usher, I will come and do the show with you. I offered. All right. Usher knows. All right. But he didn't want it. There was not a moment. I appreciate, for the sake of black masculinity and black sexuality, that he took his shirt off. Because he could have just gotten down to a wife beater. Yes, black man, stand out there fucking with no shirt on in front of the entire, what's the audience for the Super Bowl? 1 billion people or something like that? Yes, damn it, take your shirt off, damn it. Because white folks take their shit off for the least shit. You understand? And it was also a subtle, and I don't think that Usher was even in his headspace, but I'm just saying it was also a subtle revenge for my wife. You see, because when her areola was shown for half of a millisecond, it was an international scandal. The black titty just can't be seen. Oh my God, we can't. So yes, Usher, come and fucking take your shirt off. Yes, damn it. Okay, grant you they superimposed my body on his head they did it with AI, but it had to be done, is the point. All right, let's all settle down. All right, let's pull this. And is this? All right, we're going to do this in still because I don't know how shitty the NFL is, even though I played the Dr. Dre, Mary J. Blige thing that year. It's fine. We can do fine with just the stills. I'm good with that, but we need to illustrate what it is I'm talking about. I just didn't have it, you know? And even the ending, listen, a performance needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. So even if you don't have a good ending or a good beginning, you have a good middle, but you definitely have a solid ending. Maybe you have a strong beginning, kind of fucked up in the middle, but your strong ending. That ending has to be strong. Must be strong. How many dancers did I fire when I've told you a million times, no matter what else happens in the performance, when we hit on that last note, don't even breathe, because the effect of that boom is needed. Any movement, you ruined it. Don't move. Don't. So how many times do I see performances and I see a dancer move after the last boom? It sends me. I was rewatching the making of Michael Jackson's Captain EO that I co-wrote and produced. But anyways, and the bitch that's standing to, well, if I'm Michael, she's standing to my left. There's a move that they do, and they're going to go into the next move. She sets herself to the next. I can't even. I can't. So this was his opening. Let's bring you guys in. Wait now. This is this extravagant coat. He was in mirrors and he was walking back and forth and they were discussing the movement of it and everything. And so you thought it was going to be this major part of the show, and then it wasn't. He takes it off in 2 seconds. And plus there's no light. I get the dramatic pin light behind him so he can be in silhouette. But so then now let's do front lighting. Let's give the coat more drama and then you take it off. But that didn't happen. So that's a problem. Then this was his first main stage. You're down on the ground. Either you're going to make that happen very quickly and then move to a place of elevation, like, ooh, you know, now you're up on the stage, or you are going to not do this at all. Go back. Remember J-Lo and Shakira. One of the best Super Bowls put on. I still know how they've done that AI shit with where the ground becomes stuff. I still don't know how they do that. I must learn that. But he just didn't have a moment. And then if you're going to mash up a bunch of your songs, pick at least 2 that you're going to do more of it than just a snippet. So this is your opening. Caught up. Do that. Do most of that song. You know. Then you didn't give us. I'm very anal with stuff like this. Like he did on that song. He has until I met this girl that turned the tables around. Caught me by surprise and I love when he does that, and you didn't give me that. So right there we have to shut down the stadium. I mean, I know you singing live. That's the other thing I give him high marks for. Usher sings live. He understands and has mastered, and for many of us it comes natural. We don't need to think about it. I never have thought about singing and dancing. I never had to think about it until I'm teaching others how to do it. When I've worked with artists and I'm gonna give them choreography, and now they're gonna sing while they're dancing. I'm jogging them around the block. We're running, now sing the song. Okay, do jumping jacks, sing the song. I mean, I never had to think about it. It was never a separation for me. If I'm dancing, I'm singing. If I'm singing, I'm dancing. They go together. I don't know any other way. I never had to think about it. SubhanAllah. So I don't know how much of it is a gift for him or how much he's had to work for it, but Usher has it. He can sing and dance. And so then it became a fashion thing. You never gave us the chain. You know, that was iconic in your 30 years. That Usher chain, and you do that thing where the fucking chain is fucking doing a thing. He didn't give us that. You know, the branding is there. You see in the back, he's got the Usher U. But it just, and he's still down on the field. That's hard to shoot. You can't get lighting down there, so everything looks like a shadow. We can't appreciate the people that are around him because we can't light them well. They need to be up elevated where we can light them from below, from the side, from the top, and everything else, and really illuminate and even bring Usher out more. It just didn't happen. We don't have it. We don't have it. We don't have it. We don't have it. And we do have a low battery, but that's something else. Yeah, we just don't have it. Then he comes to one of the stages, which is still too low to the ground. It's not elevated up high. Remember, Dinah Ross left the fucking stadium in a helicopter, bitch, singing "Take Me Higher" or some shit. It is the ultimate moment. It is the ultimate. The bitch left in a helicopter on the side, like they put, and she's still hanging on the helicopter, and still, and still giving. That. You remember that? You feel me? Michael Jackson popped out of the stage after we had Eric, and then there was the other lookalikes. They popped up different, and then boom, you know, who's that Michael? Is that Michael? Is that one Michael? Then Michael pops out of the stage and stands there, and all of humanity is dying. And then we had fireworks in the daytime for the first time. Like Michael was setting off fireworks. It was like 3 in the afternoon. Fireworks, you know. Madonna, she came in with the fucking Roman medieval shit. She murdered, and then, you know, this field turned into stars, and her and CeeLo were singing Like a Prayer, and at the end she goes, and it feels like smoke. home, and you just the smoke is coming out where the bitch just disappeared. That's drama, dude. You gotta have drama in a show. Give me drama. No drama. No drama. These are all memorable Super Bowl halftime moments. Just the fucking Beyonce's walk to do the national anthem at the Super Bowl is enough. Like, no, they did lose my breath, but it was like a pre-show or something. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, just that walk. That stomp, march, walk model thing she does. I mean, I'm sure they had to repair the field after that. I heard that there were some things. But, yeah, no drama. The positive is his mic was live. He sounded good the entire time. There was no faltering with his voice at all. Usher has a good sense of fashion. His fashion was definitely on point. No argument there. But again, look how low this stage is. J-Lo and Shakira were practically up at the fucking top of the ceiling. Remember Lady fucking Gaga? The bitch came out of the fucking top of the stadium on wires and then landed on a platform that was still way up in the air and then was flipping over to down to the elevated stage where the dancers, and it was all very, you know, it just did not have that. And there was too much focus on the people on the field. Again, in this shot, Usher is wearing white, which is hard to light. Then, because it eats up so much of the balance of the camera, so it's already enough to shoot him in all white at night. We can't see these fucking people behind you. Get them out of the fucking stadium and do a stage and light it and put dancers. Like, let's do that. This is not well thought out. It's just, it wasn't well thought out, dude. And God love the band. They're out there, but we don't know them and we can't see them. So it means nothing. So they weren't there. This made me sick because he was doing some choreography, but it was they were shooting from the side, which means the choreographer did not work with the director of photography to say, this is how we're shooting this. When Usher goes up on this first stage, this is the angle we want to shot him from. This is the height we want to have him shot at. Here's going to be your cues on this part of the music. We're going to do this. Nothing. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. Didn't happen. And then now the moment of controversy. Alecia Keys as its wife. Now, Alecia, I love this effect. This was good. They thought about this. This they actually thought about. She's this red piano and this fucking that's drama. The cape fucking, or whatever that's supposed to be, billowing and blowing. That's drama, homie. Loved it. Loved it, loved it, loved it. I don't know if she got one of them fake booties now, but her booty seemed a little bit bigger than I remember it to be, and stuff and everything and all. But nonetheless, it is Alecia, and I heard people complaining about her voice. Kick rocks. Alicia's never had a velvety, silky voice. She always sounded like she could barely sing to me, you know. That's part of her thing, you know. Everybody doesn't have a Whitney Houston or Celine Dion voice. You know, you look at even Mary J. Blige. Her voice is not conventional. Mary J. Blige is a perfect example. Her voice is not conventional. It's not beautiful, ooh, you know, but it's Mary J. Blige. It has its own passion and soul to it, you know. So Alicia's kind of in that lane. She has her own sound, and when she's on television, she sounds better than she does live. Because I've seen performances where I saw what it sounded like on television and what it sounded like if you were there in the room listening to her, and it's like, it's not the same song, is it? I hope not. Again, another one I also hear who does want me. I don't want to get into it. And the dust up too was about her and Usher. Now, again, it's another good look for Usher. The lighting is good there even, because you've got to shoot this dark red ass fucking piano and Alicia Keys. She's a light-skinned woman. Usher is darker than Alecia, and he's in white still. Not easy to light at night. Alright. But they accomplished it. You know, they did what they They did it. They did it. They did it. Damn it, they did it. And the scandal was that, oh, Usher is touching all up on Alicia Keys. We can't go on. I remind my people, there were many weeks of rehearsals for this fucking Super Bowl. And because of the Janet Jackson thing, there's now a 5-second delay across most of media. Before Janet, when it was live, it was just live. After that, they put in a 5, 10, 15-second delay. They even have cameras they can edit in camera in real time live before you're going to see the image. It's wizardry. So there was rehearsals for this that Alecia had to come. People had to come to the rehearsals with the laminate on, or you're not getting past security. Give a fuck if you're Alicia Keys or Madonna. It doesn't matter. You're not getting in. And they rehearsed all of this. This was known. The Super Bowl is a family show. Everything has to be approved. You can't do some shit that you didn't do in rehearsal because it's not going to make it because they have the delay that they can delay, and they'll cut to something else. They have time to do that before they even see what you did, you know. So this was all rehearsed and planned. Also, they are friends. So there was no issue, and it was for a performance. And with this song, there needs to be that flirtiness between the girl and the guy. That's what the song is. So it made sense, and Swiss Beats was okay with it. So everybody else needs to shut up and kick rocks. There's nothing else to discuss about it. Nothing. Other than you're pathetic and your life is little and you need to die off. That's it. Nothing else to discuss here. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Nothing at all. I feel the same way about this that I felt about the Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky bullshit. If Hillary didn't give a fuck, I didn't give a fuck. Like, so, but there they were all hugged up. But this now is the crime against humanity. There it is. That is the crime against all of humanity. It's Little Bo Peep meets the fucking Lollipop Guild from the Wizard of Oz. It's all there. It's all there. And I heard there was one of the Lollipop Guild running through the stadium without clothes, and they were pissed. So that happened. Jermaine, what are you wearing? And somebody was saying they thought it was CeeLo Green. Yeah, you would think that. Because CeeLo would wear some bullshit like this. CeeLo is about that size. He's probably fatter, especially in the gut. But it was basically CeeLo.com. And it just didn't have it, man. Like, no. Was Jermaine's presence necessary? Yes, because Usher's career goes back to Jermaine Dupri. He's the one that sent him to New York when his voice was changed. Like, you go and be with Puffy, he's gonna, you know. This was in Jermaine's heyday too, when he was right up there with Jimmy and Terry and L.A. Reid and Babyface, and, you know, like the big producers. Like, you don't do an album until you can get these guys to work with you. So he definitely deserves his credit, but what the fuck were you wearing? And you black, you thought you was gonna wear this and black folks wouldn't have shit to say, Jermaine? And to think that my wife was almost gonna marry this dude. Okay, fine. Janet finally called me and said, you know what, babe, you were right when you said what you said to me back then. I'm like, I already know that. That's known. Like, why are we discussing this? Why are we discussing the known? Why are we discussing what is known? This hurt my eyes. And I hear people were rushed to the hospital after they saw it. I mean, there was some things that went on. What else? Then we get this grand whatever, but it's already 6 minutes into the performance. It's a little too late. One of the things about performance, you have 5 seconds, 10 at the most, to grab an audience. 5 to 10 seconds, grab them right now. Right now. If you don't grab them right now, they will not be with you to the end. Right now, you must grab your audience. Right now. Grab them right now. Right now. Right now. Matter of fact, for you guys who saw... Wait, we'll come back to Usher. 620, 620, 620. Remind me. Moderators. 620 is our timestamp. I released this video the other day. And it's from 1987. It was a lip sync contest. Excuse me. And I did Michael Jackson's Bad. But to my point that I was just making about grab the audience. I've always known the principles of performance. Without anybody telling me, I could just feel it. So when it came to even that contest, my brother and I, we had gone to this NCO and saw the show the week before. It's on Fort Lewis in Washington State. It's packed on Saturday nights. Packed. Packed. And I just wanted to see what the competition was and how the thing went, you know. So when we went back the night that I performed and won, I told my brother we have to go early. I wouldn't even let my brother see what I was wearing, how I put the outfit together. They could hear the music, me upstairs dancing in the room and the music, but he didn't see what I was doing. I wouldn't let him see anything at all. And what you see at the very beginning of the video is I'm just finishing taking off a trench coat, a long trench coat that was my brother's. I didn't want nobody to see what I was wearing. We got to the club early, and I sat in a corner in the dark. Because if anybody sees me, I'm wearing sunglasses, my hair is styled like that, they know it's going to be Michael Jackson, they're getting ready. I don't want you to expect anything. Don't. Because now I'm losing those first few seconds. I need to grab you as soon as I get on, as soon as you see me. So that's why you also notice when I get up, when I'm taking the coat off, the song is starting, and then when that first doon 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 doon, I take the glasses off, throw them. Then On Your Butt Is Mine, the lights come up. But I already got him in that first. So when they hear that downbeat, I'm taking off the trench coat. Now they see, oh, this dude's about to do Michael Jackson. What? What? You know. But I got him in that first seconds, and they were with me to the end, and they were dead at the end. Dead. It was hysterical, I'm telling you. Like, my brother had to get the military police literally to get me to the bathroom. Wallahi. This is my right hand. It's mirrored, everybody. Literally to get me to the bathroom. It was, the reaction to me was hysteria. But I grabbed them in those first few seconds. I'll just let you see just that. One. Wait, no. There, I'm taking off the trench coat. Wait now. Boom, throw the glasses, I have them. Because they didn't see me until I took off the trench coat, the music starts. Boom, I turn around, now they see that dude is Michael Jackson, I have him, I have him. Now the next thing you must do is deliver. 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 Murdered everybody in the fucking building and for many miles around. Do you understand? Murdered. So I'm trying to say, Usher's been performing long enough. He's a master performer. And by the way, go back to his performance, what was it? I forget what year it was, when he did the Super Bowl with the Black Eyed Peas. He was like a guest added on performer. And he murdered. He came out of the fucking sky, out of nowhere, and like landed and dancers and killed. He killed. Where was that Usher? Where was that show? It just fell flat and failed everybody. I hate to say it. It just did. You know? I said 620, didn't I, you guys? 620. Without a fucking commercial. I'm over it. Wait now. Because I need this fucking monitor. I don't know what's happening. I'm fully over it. Alright, 620, same difference. That's fine. Well, we'll get the aerial shot. Alright, 620. Love that he took the shirt off. Love that. That was for black men everywhere. You feel me? And the sisters too, but I'm saying it was a political move for me. I'm sure, I don't think he was in that space at all. Like, I'm visiting this on him. You know, there's the iconic chain that he wears. You feel me? I appreciate that he was paying homage to Michael with the one rhinestone glove. That was positive. And like I said, he could have stopped at the wife beater, but he took that off too. Yes, Usher. Well done, brother. Now I can finally get my own personal trainer back because I loaned him out to Usher. Then her, go back, just go back home and just go back where you where you came from. I just can't figure her out, and she can't figure her own self out, and that's why her career is just not soaring the way that it could. If you don't define yourself, then the audience doesn't have anything to define you on, and then you're just kind of like mush. She's a beautiful girl. That's all I can really say about her. And then these were these random sort of dancers coming out. The lighting is bad here. This was your last. Remember I said a beginning, a middle, and an end. So even if the whole rest of it is some bullshit, the ending needs to be strong. You know, and it just didn't have that. The lighting, just right here, the lighting is bullshit. Like, you can't, everything's in a shadow. Everything's in a shadow. And they're murdering. So they should have had on white. You can't wear black. How long did it take people to know they were even on skates? It's just, it just didn't have it. It didn't have it. It did not have it. It did not have it. It just didn't have it. And I loved whatever this is that Usher was wearing when he came out. I don't know if it's blue, if it's purple. I don't care. It was the outfit is everything, dude. He looks good in it. But you have to make consideration for that because that's also sequence. There's a certain way you got to shoot that. It just didn't have it. Now, if you were there and you could see, I'm sure they were like, oh, it looked good. But this is for television. And anytime you present a performance piece where you have dancers, and at the end of it, I can't go back and see what the choreography was and learn it if I want to, that it wasn't shot right. Especially somebody like Usher would know that because Michael is one of the first people that insisted that we got to shoot the dance. Why aren't we shooting the dance? Like, what is that? He started that. Usher, you are from that school of Michael Jackson. You should know this. We must shoot and you're a dancer. We must shoot the dance. And it must be shootable. It just didn't have any moments, man. Like I say, the skating thing at the end, I would like to have really seen that with proper lighting and some other things, but it just didn't have it. Usher was 100% on his game with his dance. Some of the stuff that you would miss because you're not a dancer, but there's nuance, and he was he's ticking on all cylinders. Usher's in top, you know. And I know he wanted this to be a big show. And then I said at the end, you know, when they were doing yeah, you should go yeah, and then pyrotechnics or something, or definitely a freeze. But it was still just sort of meandering. And was that the last note? Oh, it is. Oh, we can leave. Oh, it is over. Oh, you come on. It just didn't have it, y'all. It just did not have it. I'm okay if he's satisfied with it. Because he was very clear that this was about him. He was like, this is personal. I'm doing this for me, you know. So I'm having lunch with Usher next week and his manager, and because we're touring next year. But I'll just ask him then, are you okay with it, Usher? You see, if he's okay with it, then that's all that matters. My critiques still stand, but it means nothing. If he was okay with it. Because I know a lot of work went into this show. So for the public not to be able to physically see it is a letdown. You know, they just didn't think about it. And like I say, this outfit, whatever it is, that's tight as fuck, dude. Like, I would just wear that on site just to be wearing it. It's so specifically Usher. That was a hit right there. That was a hit. You go, Usher wears that. Just anywhere you would see it, Usher would wear that. You know. So it was a hit, but it wasn't lit. And I thought that Little John and Ludacris, their bitch asses, got way too much screen time. They're kind of played, in my view, like they don't have, it's not the same as like you're bringing out Beyonce or somebody, ooh, and so, ooh, and then the crowd's supposed to go up a notch. They're already enjoying you, and you bring somebody else out, it goes up another decibel. I don't see them being decibel type performers, him and Little John. There's no decibel there. You feel me? I could see if he had brought me out or something, but I was busy. I didn't want to do it. You feel me? They asked me like 10 times. You feel me? I didn't want it. You feel me? I didn't want it and stuff. They'd ask me to do it and stuff, and I was just like, I can't do it. And look, how old is Little John now anyways? Like, I can't even, should he even be there? How old is Little John? 53. Get off the stage, Little John. All right, get off the stage. And then again, the lighting. What are we doing? So you couldn't appreciate and enjoy Usher's outfit or the dancers even, or either. It just didn't have a beginning, middle, and end, everybody. It just fell flat and it failed for me. It just goddamn it did. And that was the end, when it was just sort of, is it over? Oh, it's not. Oh, it is over. Okay. You know, it just didn't have it. Let me see what y'all are saying. Righteous indignation. Another shout out to you, Queen. You say, naturally, he just wanted an alternative mother in his formative years. Or attentive mother. What did I get alternative? I think I read that, actually. You go on and say, you and Janet were broken up at the time. Stop it, Janet. You know, I think we were broken up at the time. Because we were off and on for a little while there, so it's hard to remember. I would ask Janet right now, but I know she's asleep because we leaving tomorrow and stuff. So I don't want to wake her up. I don't even want to wake her up. Jedi and Janet forever. You know that. You feel me? And funny you should say that because our tour jackets for next year say Jedi Janet. So that's like, it's crazy you came up with that. That's crazy. Shiro's laughing at something I did or said or somebody. Son, what is this dude wearing? I had white socks like that when I was 12 for Easter. Oh, and son, I don't have a close-up for them. There's something they were showing them on. They had pockets on the side, on the outside. Nobody got to Jermaine and shook him. It's some shit your boy's supposed to get to you and just shake the fuck out of you. Like, yo, we can't let you. What? We're not having this. We're not. You out your mind, dude. You out your mind. When I was 12 years old for Easter. Damn it. And Shiro goes, son, me too. That is so burnt. Wow. So that's what she wrote. She wrote, yes, sir, with the Easter shoes. Yes, with the Easter shoes. Damn it. Anjanae. Usher timestamp 620. Thank you, Anjanae, for paying attention. I love you the most. She wrote, a perm damaging my natural hair. I have to buy a vowel and phone a friend. I don't know what we've been talking about there. A perm damaging my natural hair. Was I saying something? I don't know. Put me in context. Oh, you saying the I get what you're saying now. Like, y'all on Easter, y'all you're painting the whole picture, right? Damn it, I cannot stand you. Janae, they were going crazy at your performance. Listen, Anjanae, I wish. First of all, I'm honored I could share that with y'all. I wish you could have been there. I wish you could have been there. I wish you could have been there. And where the brother is filming, there's a whole other part of the club if he pans to the right. You understand? I always look at the capacity of any place that I ever performed. This one was 750, but it was standing room only, so it was about anywhere from 900 to 1,000 people in the room, and it was raining because that's all it does in fucking Seattle, Washington. And so there's people outside, you know, to get in. And because you're on the military base, people are from all over, everywhere. These soldiers are from everywhere. Everybody ain't a soldier. A lot of the local people come and party on the base type thing. All this kind. It was unbelievable. And there was a guy that was doing Prince. He was the it thing before I showed up in Washington State. And I murdered him off the scene. I was supposed to be in Washington for 2 weeks because I've been telling my brother I'm gonna come somewhere in the country where you're stationed and I'm gonna visit, you know. And so I was supposed to be in Washington for 2 weeks. I was there for 2 months, and I won every single contest that I was in. There was literally a entourage of people that followed me from contest to contest that were just loved me so much and thought I was amazing. But that night set it off because you must remember, before I left California to go to Washington State to visit my brother, how the trip was already planned. Like, I'm coming to Washington at some point while you're stationed there. All right. So fast forward to I'd done this contest in California where I did Billie Jean and I won. That's the first thing I ever did of Michael Jackson. My sisters came to me. They knew about this contest. At that time, I couldn't go anywhere with a pair of sunglasses and people would not say Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson. So my sisters came to me like, if you do anything by Michael Jackson, you could win this money. You could win. So my girlfriend at the time was the biggest Michael Jackson fan ever. So I knew she had the Motown 25 tape. I borrowed that from her, studied Michael, put together the outfit, went and won the contest. That night, my brother was there. He goes, man, they be doing lip sync up in Washington, man. You need to bring your stuff. You could win. So between that time and I went to Washington, the Bad album comes out and the Bad video. But also that night I met this girl who looks just like Janet Jackson. I met her that night. The next week we were in the dance studio. I'm like, you look just like Janet. I know her choreography. We could do something. And we did. So we had an agent doing that. Her as Janet. That night in Washington, I called my agent. I called our agent and said, when I get back to Los Angeles, I do Michael Jackson. And then I started adding makeup and refining the outfits and stuff like that. But that night, no makeup. We parted my hair because Michael was wearing that part, and I used the gel to slick it down, just style my hair like his. And we put eyeliner on, and that was it. No makeup. That was it. And then I put together the outfit, and we did it. But that response was like, I could do this. That began me impersonating him professionally. And then an agent, and then came the security and limos and all that. But that night started it. That night. But my proudest moment was that my brother was there and his first wife. They were in I was performing for my brother. I was performing for, because my family never seems to be any place that I'm doing and killing, you know. Here on YouTube, I rose to 23,000 subscribers. Not a fucking family member ever saw me or acknowledged me. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, everything I've done great in my life, they're not anywhere to be found. There's no DNA of their bitch ass. So just that my brother I was performing for him. That was made it proud, because he was just so taken by the response to me. And I remember even the next day, because we just kept watching the videotape and watching the videotape. And any of his buddies that came over, man, you gotta see my brother. But they were at the show, most of them anyways, and saw it and wanted to see the video again. And I just remember he was like, you know, and how do you look like you actually singing? So I'm showing him how I do lip sync. Like, I don't just, I'm singing, but I'm breathing. That's how you make it, because they're not gonna hear me. The music is loud. And I'm not singing, I'm breathing. So you need to do that. You need to be singing so it looks like you're singing. It was a whole thing. But I killed that night. I killed. And they almost weren't going to give me the victory, but there was going to be a riot. Because after I turn around and take the glasses off, well, at the end of the video, Michael's going, how? How? When he's doing those spins, how? And grabbing himself, how? How? Before the song starts officially. I was doing that. If you go back and watch the video, you'll hear me going, but the crowd is so loud. Get it. Then, before I go into the slide where he's sliding, I go, how? When I do a spin to get ready for that. They were saying that me vocalizing, but they didn't have anything in the rules that said that was really a violation. Plus, there was going to be a riot because you saw the whole entire fucking building was with me. So, of course, they gave me the victory. Son, Jedi, I just love seeing you doing Michael. Well, thank you so much. And hopefully if I can clear it, you know, I have other stuff I could share with you. Even that I couldn't share for a long time. I'm like, I don't know if I can upload this. But like I say, they have this thing now where when you're uploading a recorded video, it'll tell you, they'll check it. Like, you should be doing that. You should be doing that the whole fucking time. People don't want to just violate the shit. Just let us know. So, She wrote, I love that MJ performance. You is bad. Ashley said, Mom, the Jedi never had any kids. I told her no, she was shocked. Laugh out loud. The way the ladies were hollering, she is surprised you're not. Listen, it's a difference in having children and getting your man on. So let my sister Ashley know the Jedi has never gone without. But I'm grateful I didn't have any kids. You know, so many things I was able to do and places I was able to go and meet and be, and I couldn't have did it if I had kids, man. Alhamdulillah. Now I want me some damn kids. She wrote the skates should have lit up. I love that. That would have been dope. Yep. Yeah, it would have given it something else. It would also brought more lighting, and we needed something. It didn't have a moment. The socks were Louis Vuitton, however the shit is spelled. And give a fuck if they were Louis Vuitton or Louis V Goodwill. It does not matter. They were some bullshit. That's what they were, bullshit. That's the label said it because we zoomed in on it and stuff. It said bullshit on the side. We had seen it and stuff. She wrote perm at the Easter attire. Yeah. Anjanae. I like how you say I studied Michael, got the outfit, went and won the contest so casually like it was running errands. I guess it does sound like that, huh? But I did, like, not thinking I would win, but I knew I was ready. Like, if I'm going to get up and do any type of performance, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. It's nothing. I'm ready. And I'm very comfortable on stage. Like, the other thing I want to share with you guys about that performance is that fucking stage that I'm on is really platforms that are pushed together or tables, and they're slippery. Look at the shoes I'm fucking wearing. I'm wearing church shoes. Like, I'm over it. And so there was some things I couldn't do because I would have fallen broke my ass. But luckily, I'm very calm on stage. So I'm not in crisis on a stage. I'm not nervous. I'm very comfortable. And if you go back and even see the part where I go, who's bad? I do this. I improvise. I put in some Janet Jackson stuff. And then it said, who's bad? Then I'm taunting the audience when it's going to go into that keyboard solo. And where he's going to do the... And then he's running on his toes. Ha! Ha! Well, I couldn't do the ha and full out stretch out because I would have broke my ass. You'll see that my shoe slips even there. So I couldn't really give it the layout that it was supposed to have. Anyways, I improvised. But yeah, I'm ready when I get on a stage to do anything. I'm ready. So I went, I studied Michael, had the performance down, knew I was at least ready to give a good performance. You know. And then it turned out with that particular show, the only person that came close to me was the sister that did Tina Turner. No, Tina, it will be Michael. Thank you. You know. So, and I also don't do anything that if he doesn't do it in that song, I don't do it. Michael does not moonwalk in the bad video. There's no need for me to do a moonwalk. People see you as Michael, they want, do this, do this. No, bitch, Michael doesn't do that, so I'm not doing that. You know, there were some musical breaks that there's nothing in the video, so I had to put something in for entertainment value for the audience. But yeah, man, that will always remain a special performance for me. Here's where where we will end after I see the timestamp how long we've been here. Okay, that's not too bad. We've done worse. I feel like I've kept it moving. It's 3 hours, 52 minutes. All right, we're going to start landing, but I want to bring this last piece because it's important. Oh, in the interim, let me show you guys this. I want to show you this really quick because remember I've been bitching about my weight and what I'm trying to do. This, everybody, is the infamous camel's milk. Here it is. This is the camel's milk, and I pulled another one down that was solid when I pulled it down, so I could show you it's solid. But now it has already started to thaw. But I wanted to show you one that was solid. This one's still damn near completely solid. But this one is thawed. There's still some ice in it. Bismillah. The milk of a camel. This is your life. This is your life. I decided to go ahead and order it. As you guys know, I used to order it. I told you I used to order it all the time. But back in 2015, when I knew that I'm going to start trying to move to Africa, I started downsizing all my finance, so everything. So no luxury expenditures, and camel's milk was on that list. So I allowed myself to go ahead and order some because I figure I have a doctor's appointment on the 22nd. So that's next week. That'll be 3 days before my birthday. Anyways, and so I just want my doctor to send me out for any screening for, I'm getting on in age and, excuse me, in case that, and I've already had a prostate cancer scare. So I just figure anything that I'm going to, if in case I hear something I don't want to hear, I'm going to order the milk anyway. So why wait? Order the milk now and start taking it. So I'm doing that. And it's so good when it's ice cold like that. Just ice cold fucking. You could just feel your body going, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's Shalon. So we're going to do the Monique Sydney thing in our next sitting. We'll end with this. I want you to see. First of all, you must know that these big nose Zionists are very conniving. They're the definition of evil. The definition of evil. And most of the world is beginning to understand that now. Like, fuck Israel. And now, fuck anybody that lives there, because we're how many months into this genocide? So you know what it really is. So early on, if you didn't know, you could be forgiven. Okay, even though you live in Israel, you didn't know, it's fine. But bitch, now you know. So you're guilty. You're guilty. You're guilty. We'll see some of this. We won't do it all. But this rabbi lets this fucker have it. And why this is important to me is because I've seen this little pixie that you're going to see right now. Wait. Oh. I've seen this pixie. And I've known he's a double agent. And a Zionist and a fake bitch. You see? And a lot of them, they try and get that, they try and look as fucking Poindexter and shit. They call it looking Jewish, whatever that means, because we're the Israelites. So not really understanding. But they try and get this look so that it's known that, ooh, they're, nah, bitch. So there he is with his little fucking, the Poindexter and the fucking fucked up nose and all of it. That's all fine. But what I love is that this rabbi is no nonsense. Like, not right here. Not right here. And he calls him out. We're not going to see all of this now. We'll do it in our next sitting. But, damn it, let's get started. It says, Jewish interviewer, whatever that means, clashes with anti-Zionist rabbi. Just a second. The title is revealing. That's Uncle. Where are you going? And fast. At 8:05. Anyways. The title alone is upsetting. Jewish interviewer clashes with anti-Zionist rabbi. Because Judaism is anti-Zionist. In fact, that's what I could show you before I show you this. Ha-ha! Allahu Akbar. I've been telling you about this for years, and I go, I showed you guys, I showed you. Well, I found the shit again, damn it. And I can put my fingers on it. So we're going to come back to this. You need to see this. You need to. You need to. Quick access. Fine, it's not there. All right. Then it's, I know where it is. It's right here. Oh, it's going to be... I don't know what it starts with. I've told you about this forever. I said, listen, back when Obama was president, these fuckers staged a huge ass rally in Washington, D.C., denouncing fucking Israel, denouncing the state of Israel, denouncing their bullshit ass flag, saying that shit is some bullshit. We don't have shit to do with that. That does not represent Judaism. It doesn't represent our faith. It's some bullshit. On and on they went. And that is a fact. It is the truth. The other thing I want to say about the milk too is at least I know I'm getting everything that I need. You know, that's the other value. Like, if I know I'm getting everything I need, that I should have, you know. Like, it's one thing to try and eat right and this and thing, but maybe it's some things you're not getting. I know I'm getting everything I need. Because remember, the camel's milk is a whole food. It can sustain life. It's the only milk besides what you, a black woman, can produce. It's the only milk besides yours that can sustain life. It's a whole food. That's it. You need shit else. Okay, here we go. And then with, we'll do movies and television. That will get on your nerves, but we're here to learn. One. Uh-oh, I just saw. See, I need this up here. Keep an eye on the bullshit. I think I'm in the way. Now, these are the Orthodox Jews. You see, there's
the worst crime.
Hundreds, certainly, if not thousands. But listen to the speeches. Massive anti-Israel protests by thousands of anti-Zionist Jews in front of the White House. You understand? And I seen them because me and Michelle and Malia and them and stuff, we was up in there having lunch and stuff. I was there and stuff. Shut up, Jedi! I want to make sure you see this. Let me take me out.
The worst crime The most insidious persecution that the state of Israel has ever perpetrated against the Jewish people happened in 1948, when they dared to call themselves the State of Israel. When they dared to refer to themselves as a Jewish state. Do you know that a week after the flotilla incident, Jews in Turkey were scared to leave their houses? They didn't even go to the synagogue because the local residents of Turkey blamed them and would hold them accountable for the acts of the State of Israel. That is the most insidious crime that state has committed against our people. They thought, in their great brilliance, that in order to eliminate anti-Semitism and in order to protect the Jewish people, we have to change what the Jewish people are from a religion, a mamleches kohanim, a goy kodesh, to a nation of soldiers and warriors. What in the world is a Jewish state? Can you tell me? I know what a Jewish person is. I know what a Jewish philosophy is. But the adjective Jewish does not accommodate the noun state. It's like saying a Jewish tree, a Jewish car.
Hello.
What does it mean? The only way the Zionists were able to create a Jewish state for the noun states to accommodate the adjective Jewish is to change the definition of Jewish. They thought that by now all the Jews in the world, or all that matter anyway, will be remade in their own image, that the world would be at peace with them, that they'd be able to vanquish their enemies with their armies. And now they see that we still live. They see that we are here and we are rapidly expanding, and they see that we raise our voices. They see that they are a failure. And that's why they hate us. This is the greatest crime committed against the Jewish people by the Zionists. The
greatest crime.
We Jews are blamed in the eyes of the world. We are held accountable for the actions of the State of Israel. We need to tell the world that Zionism is not Judaism. We need to tell the world that the State of Israel is not our elected officials. They do not speak in our name. We need to tell the world that that credit card that they're using to do whatever they're doing was stolen from us. We don't want credit for what they do, and we don't want accountability for what they do. And to you, Mr. Netanyahu, do you recognize these words? You should. Because this is Judaism, untwisted and undistorted. We will fight until we will triumph, and triumph we will, because you know what, Mr. Netanyahu, we do not fight alone. At our side are generations of Jews. At our side are the 6 million Kedoshim. And at our side is our Rabbeinu Shalom, who has kept us alive for 2,000 years. One of the reasons being is because we were not Zionists. Mr. Netanyahu, you could bring your Air Force and your army to fight us, but we will triumph, because what we have on our side, you are outnumbered.
You see that sign? A sovereign Jewish state violates Torah principles. And he could give this speech today because remember Netanyahu was in power, then he wasn't in power, then he came back again. Like Trump was in power, wasn't in power, and is coming back again. Same shit is happening here. You see? So this was, I think this was 2008. But if I didn't tell you that, you would think he's saying it now because he's addressing fucking Netanyahu and everything.
Zij zoeken dus kloppen verder. Maar wij zijn bezeten, dus hij is. Und sie da ein bisschen von Hakai, ich weiß noch weiß, wo du siehst. Mit dem Minister mit der Buß Hakai, du sie nur der Schemes.
I've been telling you this for years. One of my earliest videos back in 2015 was about making the distinction for my people between this Judaism and Zionism bullshit. These are the people that the Muslim calls our cousin. You understand? While they are in error because they are waiting on some Messiah that's not named anywhere, and they don't believe in the Son of Mary, but outside of that, they keep the law. You understand? And they're the cousin to the Muslim. So I wish I could get some of these entertainers and athletes into a arena or some bullshit and show them this and give a lecture and explain to them and get all their agents and publicists in a room and say, this is why your client never needs to fucking answer anything when they try and claim they're anti-Semitic, or they need to go on an apology tour. Fuck all of that. Because you don't go around and apologize to the fucking devil. You don't need to. And the people who they're claiming are being injured, I just showed you them saying, we're not injured. That's not us. That's not us. All that bullshit is not us. That's something else over there. You see? And so that's why I was going to crescendo with this piece. Well, just, what's my time right now? Let me just double check. And then I'll establish how many minutes of this we're going to even give to this. Oh, we're at 4:11.
It was spectacular, so beautiful.
I thought I was going to heaven.
Oh, it was electric.
I'm getting chills talking.
Damn it. Vote. What do you guys want to do? Talk to me. Tell me what you want to do, and then I'll make an executive decision. Let me read your other comments. See if there's any other comments I didn't read. Son, you say, Jedi, you asked me, it just jumped. You asked me, did I want some yesterday? And I do, but I want to wait until I get moved. Okay. Shiro, I must order me some camel's milk. Oh, thank you, son. You said the sound was jacked up, and I went to go here to turn it up on my device so I could hear what you're hearing, and it sounded okay. I didn't hear the section that you're talking about. I hope it was. I won't know now until I watch it back, and I'll go, damn it. Anjane says, my vote is keep going. Shiro, yes, keep going. Damn it, y'all. We'll do part of it. That's a good compromise. Because he really goes after this little fuck. And it also demonstrates this principle, everybody. You know, Dr. King was quoting Dante, and Robert Kennedy did the same thing. But particularly Dr. King was quoting Dante when he said, the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who, in a time of moral crisis, maintain their neutrality. And what I don't like about this little pixie, this little Peter Pan, and he looks like Peter Pan, it's Peter Pan, is he keeps trying to tell the rabbi, well, you know, I bring on both sides, and I just bring on both sides and try. No, you're a fucking Jew. You should stand. And he's telling him, no, you're a Jew. You should be standing for that. There's only one side to be on. What? You have to see some of this, damn it.
Rabbi Sroel David Wise is a spokesman for the Jewish...
And he's British. Could have done without that.
...group Neturei Karta. Whilst Neturei Karta is a very religious Jewish group, one of their main beliefs is opposing the state of Israel and opposing Zionism. So I want to get started and talk about current affairs, what's happening in Israel, and get your thoughts on that. So the war in Israel that's happening right now, whose fault would you blame it to? I mean, there's 28,000 people that are dead. Who would you assign the blame to?
Stop. I want to get your thoughts on that. Who would you blame? And why this was so illuminating for me, because the rabbi's response made me think, like, yeah. Because I am sick and tired of it. With the, do you condemn and, you know, the October 7th and the bullshit. But that's one. But then two, I just picked up something else right now when he said, I gotta see it again. It's only 23 seconds.
Group Neturei Karta. Whilst Neturei Karta is a very religious Jewish group, one of their main beliefs is opposing the state of Israel and opposing Zionism. So I want to get started and talk about current affairs, what's happening in Israel, and get your thoughts.
Oh, I know what he said. He said, so, how many did he say?
On that. So the war in Israel that's happening right now, whose fault would you blame it to? I mean, there's 28,000 people that are dead.
28,000 people that are dead. No, 28,000 people that have been murdered, bitch. That have been murdered. Not are dead. Oh, well, how they died? What's it? Well, what? Oh, they just spontaneously died. No, they were murdered.
Who would you assign the blame to?
And you see that the rabbi is wearing his keffiyeh. You see, they wear that to show the solidarity with the Palestinians.
Well, first, with the help of the Almighty, I pray to the Almighty to bestow upon me His truth, His wisdom, that I may be worthy of conveying His message, and so, with the help of the Almighty, sanctify His name and bring peace to the world. Amen.
See, he makes a prayer before he begins to speak. The Muslim says, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, or we'll go into, you've heard me do my little tirade, you know, and Alhamdulillah, Human Kathira, wa salat wa salam ala Rasulullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, and so forth. This is their equivalent of that. So he asked him a question, and before he begins, he offers something in respect of God, you know. That's
current affairs, what's happening in Israel, and get your thoughts on that. So the war in Israel that's happening right now, whose fault would you blame it to? I mean, there's 28,000 people that are dead.
That are dead.
Who would you assign the blame to?
Your bitch ass.
First, with the help of the Almighty, I pray to the Almighty to bestow upon me His truth, His wisdom, that I may be worthy of conveying His message, and so, with the help of the Almighty, sanctify His name and bring peace to the world. Amen. We put the blame squarely in the hands of Zionism and the state of Israel. Now, we're saying it hurts very much. The October 7th, it hurts not only October 7th, it hurts since the concept of Zionism started. There has been a rift, a mistrust, there has been bloodshed, a lot of people died, Jewish people died, besides, of course, the tens of thousands of Palestinian people that died. But there's, you know what, there is tens of thousands of Jews that died simply because of this concept of Zionism and the attempt to create, and which they did, the state of Israel. So we squarely put the blame on that. It hurts the death of the Palestinians, the death of Jews. Obviously, it hurts very much. But we have to understand. Anybody who's thinking logically and clearly, I mean, is not trying to fool himself or try to fool the world, will understand that the logic here, that it is basically, it is 100% because of the establishment of a Zionist entity. Take that away, and we have our former hundreds of years coexistence, Jews and Muslims, Jews and Arabs in Palestine, when it was under the Ottoman Empire, whatever situation. When you go to any other Arab country where we also have a distinctly different religion, Jews from Muslims, right? And the very religious communities throughout the Arab world and throughout the Muslim world, including in Palestine. Of course, we had the beautiful luminaries, we had the beautiful, the great holy men living in all these communities, and including in Palestine and Jerusalem. And I mean, just, these are facts on the ground. But you had Baba Sali, you had people in Iraq, you had people in Egypt, you had all through the ages with a distinctly different religion, we coexisted. So the difference of religion was never an impediment of coexistence. The establishment of this nationalist home to take over the rule in the land of Palestine is the direct cause, is the reason of bloodshed, of oppression, of hate, of this terrible quagmire, the terrible situation, the Nakba that we're in now.
You said you've put fully the blame on the state of Israel for what they've done. Would you, for the war, would you put any blame at all for Hamas on it, for what they did on October 7th?
Well, this is what I said. It hurts. It hurts everybody. It hurts, I'm sure, it hurts Hamas. It hurts every single human being who's a normal human being. Hurts when people are killed. We're not going to get into that. You're not going to get into facts of World War II where people, soldiers went and they shot enemy soldiers. People come home and they get them what is it called after AFP
ADHD,
post-traumatic stress syndrome, right?
Post-stress trauma or something.
Excuse me. Yeah, this is crazy. Of course it hurts. It's terrible. And we as a Jewish people, when we suffered, our tradition, our law, when we say tradition, it's not like only like you follow as a tradition. It's a law. It's strictly obliged to follow by Judaism. When we suffered on the nations, we have a system that the Torah tells us how we approach our oppression. We are to pray to the Almighty, to be introspective, see what caused our problems, what sins we did. Fast, the rabbis declare a fast, as it says in the Shulchan Aruch, the law books. And then after we pray to God and repent, then we approach the governing body, whether it's a king, whether it's a president, whatever it may be, and we try to placate them and to understand what they have, what they want of us. And just like Yaakov, the father of Judaism, it's called in Israel is Jacob, right? That's the same person. That was one of his names. And he went and he approached Esau, who wanted to murder. And what did he do? He prayed to God, and then he went and he brought him presents. And then it says, and the Ramban, or great leaders, told us he taught the Jewish people throughout the generations how we should approach our problems. And then it says he prepared also for war by dividing his camps in two, that if one, God forbid, gets killed, they should be able to escape. We are taught in Judaism that we are to approach our problems by appeasement, by praying to God, repenting, being good Jews, and then approaching the people who want to kill us, to placate them, and then if it's necessary that we leave. We leave and so forth. But so the issue, the approach of other nations, that when they're attacked, the international law of that if a person is being oppressed, the country, they have the right to for self-defense and to kill or murder. We're totally out of this realm. We don't discuss this realm because that's not the issue. Our issue is to speak up to the world and say that the Zionists are the ones who have caused and are causing this rift, and they are causing and will cause, God forbid, as long as they exist, death and suffering. It hurts. It's painful to the depth of our hearts, all the people that are being killed and dying. But if you want to stop it, you have to say who is doing it, who's setting the fire, and that's what you have to talk about. Not talk about the soldiers on the ground who are calling it that it's international right to protect themselves and so forth. That is not the issue. You want to stop. You want to stop the death. And being that they're claiming international rights to do it, the answer to that is not, oh, you're wrong, you're evil, and while you're doing international law, you're thinking of bad thoughts. That's not the issue. The issue is to take the evil, the true evil, the one who is trying to put the blame on others, the one who's trying to obfuscate, the ones who are claiming that to vilify the victims. Point the finger at the right person. Don't say because they happen to be your backers and supporters in political and voting around the world, and that therefore what other issues that you want to support them because of the different reasons, or purely because of humanitarian reasons. You feel the suffering of Jews that we went through the Holocaust and so forth. You're going to help them. Therefore, you're going to close your eyes and be blind to the facts on the ground that they've occupied a land against the will of the Muslim, the Christian, and, mind you, ironically, bitterly, against the Jewish community that was living there. There was a religious Jewish community that was living there for hundreds of years in the same courtyards, in the same in every single city. They live together. I know the people there. They're my relatives here. I mean, this is how we were living together in Palestine. The chief rabbi of the Jewish community that was there before Zionism. Remember, nobody could refute the fact that Zionism is a movement of 100-odd years. Nobody could refute that. They may try. They may say they're older than their parents. That's not going to change the facts on the ground. Zionism, the chief rabbi of the Jewish community, there was a Sephardic and Ashkenazic rabbi. The chief rabbi, Rabbi Dushinsky of blessed memory, pleaded with the United Nations in 1947, where he said, we furthermore wish to express our definite opposition to a Jewish state in any part of Palestine. This is what he pleaded with the delegation of the United Nations. And the Jewish people have been standing, demonstrating, being murdered, mind you, being murdered by the Zionists, attacked, viciously attacked, arrested in the tens of thousands. They march in around the world. The ones who are religious, Jewish people, will never, I'm talking about true to the religion. You have modern Orthodox, that's a different story. Those are ones that are, modern means is a euphemism for a compromised Judaism.
Right.
But the ones that are true to Judaism understands that Judaism means subservience to God, the acceptance of our covenant that we made 3,000 years ago with God, and that we can never change from that. It's God's Torah. You can't change God's words. And right. God gave us a Torah to be subservient. God gave us a law that through the prophecies of King Solomon, that after the destruction of the temple, we are expressly forbidden to attempt to re-establish a Jewish sovereignty until God, with his compassion, will end exile and all the nations will go up and serve God in harmony, not become Jewish. But till that.
But I gotta say this, and again, that's also the difference between the Jew and the Muslim and the Christian, because you always hear this phrase from Christians. Well, that was in biblical times. No, that's for now, bitch. It doesn't matter how much time marches on. What Allah has said is what he has said. It don't change with time. That's it. So the only people that claim that crap is Christians. And I love how he just said that, like he's talking about, he made the secret of the Zionists, but he was saying, and then there are these New Era Orthodox, or whatever you call them. He's like, that's just kind of like modern day. But he's saying, but for those of us that are religious, the shit is the same. Like, we're not making any distinction between, you know, historical and now. It's all now.
That day comes with the coming of the Messiah, which will happen entirely without any human intervention through God himself. Till that day, we are to remain loyal citizens in every country we reside, not to attempt to reestablish a Jewish sovereignty. This concept of reestablishing a Jewish sovereignty is purely the brainstorm of these people, heretics, people who estranged themselves from God. Theodor Herzl, Ben Gurion, you see, they're making it the Declaration of Independence in Independence Hall in 1948, this historic moment for them. And not one of them at the dais here is covering their heads. I mean, a Jewish state they're making, a Jewish state.
And they're not
what is Judaism? Subservience to God, where we cover our heads because we believe as well. You're covering your head. Why? Because we wear a yarmulke. What does yarmulke mean? Yorei Malka. We fear the king. We have a king above us. Not these guys. They don't fear. They fear their prestige. They fear that they should have an elite government, an elite country. Basically, Zionism is a direct contradiction to our subservience to God. It's rooted in blasphemy and heresy that God doesn't protect us. We can have our own. We have to take a gun into our own hands, and it's forbidden for us to establish, even in an uninhabited land, 1 inch of Jewish sovereignty is a rebellion against God because we're in exile that God put us into. Secondly, we're not allowed to kill or steal and to oppress, and certainly not a people who are so kind. The Muslim countries took us in through the Crusades, Inquisition, throughout history. So how dare they?
Same with the Muslim. Can't kill, steal, or oppress. You understand? The people wreaking havoc on the earth are these fucking Zionist ass fucking people and Christians. And non-believing.
Secondly, we're not allowed to kill or steal and to oppress, and certainly not a people who are so kind. The Muslim countries took us in through the Crusades, Inquisition, throughout history. So how dare they vilify these people, the Muslims, and say, oh, they hate the Jews, and that's the reason why there was October 7th. No, there was October 7th because you're simply suffocating a people for 75 years.
No, I understand that. Wait a second. Can I bring it back to the question, which was, and I'm not sure if you gave a direct answer, maybe I missed it, but would you blame at all Hamas?
Bitch, he just told
the
you.
question. I don't think
I'll answer you again. It's not a one-word answer because that is the talking point of Zionism. Zionism wants to, that's the trick of trying to create
I'm saying, would you blame at any fault?
I told you, we are talking about who we are blaming, who we are saying is causing. Does it hurt? It hurts. October 7th. Does it? What to do about that when you have a hemorrhaging wound? You turn and you stop that hemorrhaging wound. We are turning and saying Zionism is I refuse to get into a Zionist talking point. I'm not going to play their game because they are evil and that is what they want. That question is a creation of Zionist manipulation, of Zionists attempting to create
how's it to say that?
To get a foot to support them.
No, wait, so how?
That's why I'll say this little fucking Peter Pan bastard is a double agent, because I'm sure the ADL and some other fucking dark ass fake Jew money, he's getting money. Just like we know the Democratic National Committee is paying black people, certain influencers, to hype Joe Biden in their channels and act like it's nothing. And I've desecrated many of them in their comment section online, saying, I know who the fuck you are, and I know you're being paid by the Democratic National Committee, bitch, so stop. This is akin to that. I know this fucker sits up there with his little fucking glasses and his little yarmulke, and he's supposed to seem like totally innocuous, and he's just trying to find out, but fuck that, you're being paid, bitch. You're being paid, because their tentacles are long and they got the money. And I love the rabbi saying, I'm not playing your game. I'm not. Like, that's a Zionist talking point, and I'm not going to be a part of it. So move to something else.
Is a creation of Zionist manipulation, of Zionists attempting
it gets better.
How's it to say that?
To get a foot to support them.
No, wait, so let me ask you about October 7th then. I mean, you said you gave quite emotional words about how you felt towards that, which in some sense was quite positive, but like, I asked you about the war in general. Who would you blame for that? And you said the state of Israel, but about specifically October 7th, would you blame Hamas, what they did on October 7th?
I am blaming the state of Israel.
What Hamas did on October 7th?
It hurts. Does it hurt? It hurts Hamas, I'm certain. It hurts Hamas what happened October 7th also. First of all, simply, a lot of their people were killed. It hurts them because, first of all, you don't even know.
I gotta move.
You don't know. And if you're going to say you know,
so you can really
then it's...
Percy, I can't see how you could say that. I mean,
I said I'm not talking about that. Don't put words in my mouth.
It's get
no more people to be killed.
Damn it!
It's not true because the facts on the ground is that they have the Hannibal syndrome.
Just a second.
Positive, but like, I asked you about the war in general. Who would you blame for that? And you said the state of Israel, but about specifically October 7th, would you blame Hamas, what they did on October 7th?
I am blaming the state of Israel.
What Hamas did on October 7th?
It hurts. Does it hurt? It hurts Hamas, I'm certain. It hurts Hamas what happened October 7th also. First of all, simply, a lot of their people were killed. It hurts them because, first of all, you don't even know. You don't know. And if you're going to say you know, then it's hubris. It's not true because the facts on the ground is that they have the Hannibal syndrome. It's called or something that the Zionists killed many people. From that 1,200 people that killed, we don't even know how many they shot and killed from their own soldiers
they kill their own
and
people.
citizens because they didn't want them to be taken into captivity. They a lot of the stories that they told that what happened there was patently false. It didn't begin to happen, and a lot of things that did happen is very possible. A lot of it was done through their own hands. But I told you that's an issue that is a non-starter. It's false. It's a Zionist propaganda talk point. Do you want peace? Do you want no more people to be killed? Jewish people to be killed? Not. I'm sure. I hate to say even in that way because I'm sure as a human being you don't want anybody to be killed. You want to stop this? You want to stop the hemorrhaging? You want to stop this? Then stop playing a Zionist game. These are evil. The occupation is evil, and that is what we are facing. We are facing an occupation that is beyond words.
I understand that, but can I ask you? So
I'm not going to answer that question that you're trying to get me into the Zionist. I'm not going to play your game.
It's not like I'm not playing any sides. I interview people from both sides and play devil's advocate for both sides. It's not, don't worry, it's not specifically you. That's why I try and understand both sides. But like what you said about Hamas on October 7th, you said you won't blame Hamas at all for what happened on October 7th. I mean, Percy, I can't see how you could say that. I mean,
I said I'm not talking about that. Don't put words in my mouth. That's why I asked you. I was a little suspicious when I see you coming with the yarmulke, although I'm still not certain who you are. But I'm not. But don't put words in my mouth and say what I said when I didn't say it. I said we're not talking about that issue. It hurts Hamas, it hurts us, it hurts everybody, the Jews that were killed. But we are saying if you want to stop this wound, this terrible, terrible injustice, the pain, the suffering of every human being, non-Jews, Muslims, Arabs, Jews, you must turn and stop this animal, this that's devouring everybody, and that is Zionism and their state and their soldiers that they're using to commit these atrocities. This is what you have to talk about, and stop talking about silly issues which is trying to obfuscate and change the subject, and that way you won't be able to save the lives of all the millions of other people that are living there.
I mean, I'm not trying to. I just want to make it.
You're playing. We are what's called. We are grinding water now.
No, I want to be clear. I'm not trying to ignore the history. Of course, there is the big history of Israel and Palestine. That's something you cannot ignore. But I don't want to. But in this interview, I don't want to go all the way back in that history. Although, of course, you've said what you thought many times.
You don't want to go all the way back. Why? Because Zionism doesn't want to go all the way back. Because Zionism finds it very unpleasant.
No. I'm not Zionist. I'm not like I'm not.
Yes,
like
you are, bitch. You've been found out.
Your mindset and your questions and everything that you are programmed, that you are thinking. I mean, I'm not trying to belittle you, but this is the way the world goes into this subject by totally. It's not stupidity. It's an insult to intelligence. The way it's approached, the whole subject. You find a person was hit by a car, by a drunk driver. And then you're going to start talking about well, let's see that there was somebody else leaning on him and this and that. When you know what the problem is, staring you in the face, you're looking at a dangerous animal that is loose and devouring people. Millions of people, thousands and tens of thousands have, like you mentioned, 28,000, whatever the number is murdered. How many more are half dead? Their whole life they'll be half dead because of what happened, because they're injured beyond, blinded and paralyzed and so forth, and emotionally. This is this is just from the people of Gaza. Who's talking about from the Jewish communities and so forth? But you're talking about. It's unpleasant to go back and think that maybe to open, it's a little lazy thinking or whatever. I'm not going to talk about the Balfour Declaration and that they came in a group of people where there were Jews living there, a community that Jews were residing in the same courtyards, babysitting each other's children with the Muslim people. Everything was a beautiful relationship. Jews were flourishing, and you can tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'll tell you that I'm standing in a room right now with somebody who's an 8th generation Palestinian, and I'll tell you that in Hebron there was a massacre in 24, and the Hebron massacre, the Zionists love to point to the Hebron massacre and say, hey, that was way before the state. And I'll tell you that the ones who created you will know what Beis Yaakov School is. Beth Jacob School. Beth Jacob School in the United States was established by Rabbi Baruch Kaplan, Zatzal, his memory should be blessed. And he learned in Hebron, and we spoke about this subject. He was in Hebron by the massacre, and he said that the Jews were living entirely in peace, and they took strolls through the Arab neighborhoods, and all of a sudden the Zionists came on bicycles and with guns, and the rabbis called them, Rabbi Epstein, I have the letters, and he said they came and they pleaded with the Zionists to come to them, and the Zionists refused to come to them. And they had such chutzpah, we would say, right, that they didn't even go to the rabbis, the leaders of the community. So the rabbis ran after them to see what's going on. What are they doing there on their bicycles with their guns? And so they said they came to protect them. So the rabbi said, "Woe isn't to us." They said, "Woe isn't to us." That they page over. He said, "Woe isn't us that they're coming to protect us." He said, "Since they came, the Arabs didn't know to differentiate, because this is exactly what Zionism does."
See, that's important because he's talking about a historical event that the Zionists like to point to and claim that they were attacked by the Arabs / Muslims / whatever you want to, but they came on bikes with guns and they claimed they were there to protect. And so now the Arabs suddenly were like, wait, are these people we've been living in peace with? They're attacking us. So they attacked back. But they didn't know the difference. And he's saying, like, that's exactly what the fuck Zionism does. It seeks to replace them. And so you got Kanye West and other people going around the earth needing to apologize to these big-nosed, fake-ass fucking white devils who aren't anything holy. Give a fuck what they want to call themselves. They're nothing holy. They're not attached to Judaism in any fucking way. So there's no way to insult these people other than to fucking exterminate their bitch ass from the goddamn existence. Because they're wreaking havoc on all of goddamn humanity. Running governments and dictating shit. You see? They are a stench. There's nothing to be respected about these people or their fucking state of Israel.
Coming to protect us. He said,
and you're hearing it out of the mouth of the truth. The genuine article.
The Arabs didn't know to differentiate, because this is exactly what Zionism does. They try to conflate religion and Zionism. So They didn't know the communities, the laymen there didn't know to differentiate between the religion Judaism and the religious pious Jewish community and the Zionists. So they got together, and again, are we going to condone the pogrom that happened there? God forbid. But there was a pogrom. Why was there a pogrom in Hebron? Why were they cold-bloodedly murdered? And this is what Rabbi Baruch Kaplan, the establisher of Beis Yaakov in the United States, where we have hundreds of thousands of students, was probably, or tens of thousands, certainly, right? And he said it squarely because of the Zionism, what they did by the Western Wall then. They made demonstrations there, and then they came into Hebron, and they caused that there was a pogrom, and the Jews were murdered.
The Second American Civil War is going to make the Israel-Hamas conflict look like child's play. And according to my trusted
So we're halfway through it, so we'll finish the other half. Inshallah, in our next sitting, as it were. People have to know this, you know, because, and when you run across or you hear you somewhere and you hear somebody talking about they don't know, it's both sides and it's been a long, difficult thing with Palestine, you tell them, no, here's the answer. That shit stain shouldn't exist. And the Jews agree with me. Period. So we have the moral high ground, we have the truth, we have righteousness and the facts on our side. No apology for any anti-Semitic bullshit because it doesn't exist. And it's a tool that they use when anybody speaks against their fucking evil. It's kind of like, you remember Beetlejuice? Remember when you can't say his name 3 times? So as soon as somebody's about to say something, he quickly doused that. They go, beat. He throws a zipper on their mouth. Beetle, quick, you can't hear that because you're fucking up my shit. This is that. So that's what they do. Anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic. Anytime truth is going to be, you know, present to expose their demonic asses. So fuck the state of Israel. Fuck their flag. Fuck the country. Fuck anybody that lives there, especially now because they know better. You could have Googled and said, why the fuck are we... And if you didn't do that, then you deserve whatever the fuck happens to you. So there's no innocence now. There's no innocence. The only innocents are the Palestinians. That's it. And I remind you, the Palestinians don't just make up Muslims. The Palestinians represent Jews and Christians and Muslims and non-believers. You understand? That are in Gaza and in the West Bank and in Gaza. Yeah. So this is very important. It's very, 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 very important. And I remind you all, if you don't remember, you can go back and watch the video that I did trying to bring you the companies that that you shouldn't be doing any business with. You know, you got to make a personal choice, everybody. That's how you change the world. And you know, it's kind of like somebody that doesn't pick up a copper penny. If you don't pick up the penny, every penny you pass, that would add up at some point. You waiting to pick up $10. Well, you might have had $50 already if you picked up every fucking copper penny, but you didn't. And so it adds up. And very, very quickly, I brought you how just even at the beginning of the start of the boycott of fucking Starbucks, they lost $12 billion. Billion. And so I'd love to see what those numbers are now. Because we're going for full and total bankruptcy, quite frankly. You know. White people are the evil force on the earth, and so they will always be in opposition to righteousness or try to come with some twisted tongue, fucked up morality that's not morality to excuse their evil and demonic behavior. You know. So reject that. Know that they don't represent humans or humanity at all. They don't. They don't. And indeed, if they did not exist, it would be a different world. A different world. We'd have a different understanding of existence and everything. They have fucked up existence, bitch. I need you to really receive that. And then don't take my word for it. Go and prove it to yourself. They have fucked up existence. That's a truthful statement. 100% true. Damn. There's such a stain to existence. A stain. I can't. And, you know, I was, I tell you, I'm always thinking and I'm always in a state of reflection and gratitude and really honoring my blessings and understanding the value of being humble and grateful. You know, and I just think, I was laying here on the couch, because I told you this is my bed, y'all. I have not slept a single day in my bedroom or a single day in my, I haven't even laid down on my bed since I came back from Africa. Because that's not home. This is not home. So don't get comfortable. And, but I was just thinking, even the other night, as I often do, what human beings are going through in Palestine. How many videos have I seen of people who we now know are dead, who were alive, and they were doing something on video, or, you know, being highlighted in some way, kids even. Yeah, the white man is the devil. I'd say that as a truthful statement, as I say that the sky is blue, the sun comes from the east, approaches from the east. It does not rise, it approaches. You know, fact. Rain falls from the heaven. The white man is the devil. That's the truth. You know, it's not a hyperbolic statement. It's not meant to be dramatic and shit. It's like, this is what the fucking truth is. The white man is the devil. And I have and continue to prove that. To prove it. And the more that goes on, slowly, ever so slowly, I think there are people who are beginning to come to that understanding. If they don't have that exact language, they're realizing it's them motherfuckers right there. It's theirs. We're also going to be watching South Africa very closely, everybody, because, as you know, I have intermittently, we've followed the EFF here on the channel, the Economic Freedom Fighters, led by Julius Malema, the Honorable Julius Malema. I, in recent months, brought you their 10-year anniversary celebration that they did in one of the biggest stadium in South Africa that no one can fill up. That if you fill that up, you must be the bomb, and they filled the bitch to the rafters. To celebrate their 10-year anniversary. Remember, I brought you, and he was like, and I will never get tired. And we must never get tired. I will never get tired. And then he goes to the runway part of the stage, and then he's on this lifter, and then the confetti starts falling. I will never get tired. And they're lifting him, and we will not get tired. It was such a victorious moment. Like, yes, South Africa, yes. You know. Anyways, their elections are in May. And the EFF is poised to come to power. So we're going to be watching them very carefully and very closely, because the international implications of a black, militantly run South Africa. And Julius Malema has not been secretive about the shit he's planning to do. And so we know that one of the attributes of this white devil is their heads roll off when they can't get their way. So it's already a problem. And of course, the white devils that are there in South Africa already have determined him to be some monster, and just all the labels and shit. They always have a name for somebody else that's bad when they are the only singular fucking source of evil in existence on the planet. But the EFF is coming to power. And, you know, he's been saying I forget the term now, but where they take the land back and don't compensate your white ass. Like, it's our land, bitch, we're taking it back. So you could get to step in now. You could pack your shit. I'm sure there's some economic flights that are flying someplace. Take your shit, because we're coming for you. You know, and the economic things that he's planning to do, and the industry and things like that, to make sure that every black South African has a decent and honorable job that pays a living wage. Yes. Fuck white people. Once you get their bitch asses out of the way, you can do anything. anything. But indeed, anytime you have even one of them, you can't do a fucking thing. You just ruined it. It's ruined. It's ruined. You can't do it. It's ruined. As my grandma would say, it's ruined. I miss you so much. It's ruined. Yeah, man. So we're going to be watching them very, very closely. Like I said, the elections come up in May. And let's see if the White Devil, what chaos they will try to install around the election time. You know? Chaos. Chaos. There's even a line in the Rodgers and Hammerstein music for Evita when Eva Perón is saying to Juan Perón, when he's talking about, because he's under threat from the opposition and they want to kill him, and he's feeling sort of the threat on his life, and he was like, you know, I could just go into exile, and but there's a line that they sing where the Evita characters goes oh fuck, something there's no risk, there's no cure, no, something, anyways, it's something like and with chaos installed, you can reluctantly agree to be called. She's giving him the strategy of like how you could take the country and win this shit. Like the people are with you, you could win this. But just that they mention, and with chaos installed, and how they have her phrase it. And with chaos installed, you can reluctantly agree to be called. Like, y'all want me? Like, we will install the chaos. And then look like, I don't even know they had wanted me and stuff. Type thing, you know. But chaos is definitely something, you know, anytime we hear about, you know, these elections that are going on in any part of Africa where there was fighting and there was like, we don't know how to fucking just, and their elections are way more straightforward than any fucking thing in America. Go with a piece of ink, put it in the box, you voted. No machine to worry about, and ooh, they literally count the shit and you get the winner, you know. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be trying to do to South Africa as we lead up to May. So I'll be paying attention for us, inshallah. I want to say, again, thank you guys. You know, I'm very busy, y'all. And it's just, you know, time management is something that's really a struggle for me right now. It really is. Like, where do I give my time? You know, and it's very easy for me to lose the drive for things, you know. I wouldn't have gotten to this today if tomorrow had been like another holiday, or if this was Saturday again, or just, you know, like I was like, yeah. So I'm doing my best. Was there something else I needed to communicate to you? Oh, yeah, this is... Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Okay, we did that. So in our next sitting, we will do Sydney and Monique's response and talk about them in general. And we'll finish with the rabbi, because he's not done thrashing this little fucking Peter Pan looking bastard for filth and garbage. Oh, I meant to comment on the Black National Anthem. We will do that in the next sitting. I'll leave that on my bullets. Because white people's head rolled off that there's a Black National Anthem. Bitch, you should have known there was a Black National Anthem, and we won't give a fuck if you really don't know why, because it's our national anthem, so fuck you, it's not even for you, so not understanding why you would care. Thusly, don't need your commentary. This means nothing. So we'll get into that. In our next sitting as well. Inshallah. Do remember anyone who is here now and anyone who is now watching this after it has been released as a recorded video, be sure to thumbs up. They're not giving me my statistics, y'all. Remember I tell you I know the actual number of people that are watching? I'm not seeing that back here now. Oh, 175. So it should be 175 fucking thumbs ups on the goddamn video. I'm over it. Fully over it. It's fine. Make sure I didn't miss any last minute comments, and then we'll land. Son, I finally can understand you now. I had to switch devices. Okay, so it was your device. Janae, the problem is they always try to rewrite history and leave out their part in everything they do. Antagonize and corrupt. And then try and put themselves in where they didn't even fucking exist and couldn't have existed. You know, even the fucking, for whatever we want to say about, talked about how the Jews lived in peace in Palestine. Okay, I accept that, but it wasn't y'all white ass. Because even in the 1920s, when small groups of them first started coming to Palestine, the vast majority of them went their bitch ass back to fucking Europe because they couldn't take the African climate. Just couldn't take it. Righteous indignation. I hate that too, because God and his law never changes. But Christians twist scriptures to make him change with the times. They're the worst. I just watched this expose, like a little short documentary or whatever you want to call it, on this young pastor. I forget his name. He's some fly kid. He's dressed fly. Everything's fly. And it's like, I don't believe you. Holy people act like holy people. Certainly you calling yourself a pastor or a religious leader, it should just be on you. I can't, dude. Like I say, I will never, ever fucking respect Christianity. Ever. Ever fucking ever. Ever. Because A, it's not interested in the truth. Forget that there's anything else except for Christianity. They're not even interested in their own shit. Right there, you lose me. You're not even representing your own shit. You feel me? Like, I can't even do it. You go on righteous. Oh, that's Anjane. The funny thing is they love to take credit for everything, but the heinous shit they always do. Thank you. She wrote, well, you looking amazing must be the camel's milk. I can't. I'm sure it hasn't taken effect this damn quick. You feel me? I mean, I might be my little model mojo back. I ain't saying that. You feel me? I ain't even denying that. You feel me? Let's not get crazy. You feel me? I'm just saying and stuff. No, but inshallah, you know, yeah, I need this, man, because it's everything. And I have, for the first time since I've lived here, I have some black neighbors. You know, everybody that's lived next door to me, directly next door to me, has not been black. When I first got here, it was a white bitch. After her, it was the dude that died, and he was some kind of Latino. Then it was the Samoan lady who was kind of a witch. She vanished. Then there was the Latino kid, Puerto Rican, Rico, and his girlfriend. Then there was another white bitch. And now finally them. And the wife is always here, but her husband is a truck driver and he's always gone. Like, I've seen him once. And she happened to be, because I needed to leave to go and take care of some business, and I was telling her, listen, I might get a shipment, because I couldn't get a hold of Noah to find out, had he shipped the milk? Was it shipped? Should I be waiting for it? I don't know. And so I just thought, well, I have to leave. So I wrote down my name for her so that she would be able to know how to spell it and she could just sign. I'm like, if something shows up for me, either from UPS, FedEx, somebody, just sign my name. Just tell them you're me, or you're something, or it's your house, whatever. And I came back in to get something, just very briefly, could have just been my phone. Walked out, was going down the walkway, and here comes the FedEx guy through the gate with the fucking big ass box on his shoulder. And I just start screaming, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. I go, I am Abdullah, it's for me. And then I was telling her, I was like, this is my milk that I'm ordering. And I started telling her all about the camel's milk. I was like, if you want, as soon as I get one of them thawed out, I'll be happy to bring some over and pour it for you so you could try it. She tried it, I'm glad, And I appreciate that she not only tried it, but she was admitting to herself that it was a mental thing. She was like, it's milk. Like, I don't know why I even was, like, when she tasted, she was like, it's milk. Like, I don't know what I thought I was going to taste other than milk, but she was saying it's a mental thing. It's a mental thing, And so, yeah, and I see her walking all the time. I'm like, if you're really serious about your walking and getting in shape, you need to, stop eating pork and get you some camel's milk. And stuff and everything and stuff. I just was wondering and asking and stuff. But, I don't know what this week is going to do for me, you guys. I think it's going to be an easy week. I think we're going to be together a little bit more this week because I just don't feel like I need to do anything on my birthday week. I just don't think I need to. Yeah, I'm going to dictate this week. Damn it. It's the week of my birth. I'm doing what I want to do. That I proclaim. So I'm not committing to any fucking thing at all that takes me out of what I want to do, and so part of that, I think that I can probably get some more videos out and, do some more streams and just kind of use my week that way. Like, that'll be my birthday celebration, if you will, because my birthday was on a Saturday last year, and this year it's on Sunday. And it's interesting because, when Saturday gets here, I can literally say, on this day last year, I was at the African Renaissance Monument in Senegal, West Africa, with my brother, Papa. It's been a year, dude. I'm thinking I'm going to come back here and turn it around in a week. Then that crashed and burned. I'm like, well, maybe it'll be before Ramadan ends. That crashed and burned. I mean, it's a fucking year later. Me and Samba were talking about the other day. And Papa. But, it's just in a lost timing, man. Some of you all that I speak to, you know what I'm trying to do. And so you know the method to the madness. Last thing I'll say, because I'm just provoked now to say this based on what I just said. This brother, there's I forget who sent it to me. Anyways, this brother, he works someplace. A coworker tried to say he stole something from the job. The police got there. They was all colluding with the white folks to arrest him. And he ended up getting arrested and everything. Anyways, 20 minutes later, they found the shit that they claimed he had stolen. It had not been stolen. The whole thing, whatever. Anyways. They mentioned in the piece that he had a GoFundMe. I was like, well, let me just click on and see how much he got for the GoFundMe. Their goal was $10,000. Same thing I was trying to raise before I went to Africa the first time. My 10 grand plus your 10 grand, I'm going to end up in Ghana with 100 grand. Anyways, it was at 27,000, bitches. So I just thought, I have got to get into a traumatic accident, or I've got to jump from a building or something, and then black people will finally donate to me. So I'm planning a tragedy. And it's what I'm doing for my life as an individual, in order to cleanse. No, but yeah, it's been a year, dude. It's been a year. It's been a year. It does not feel like that to me. I don't know what it feels like to any other humans. it literally feels like a few weeks to me. Literally. That's how distracted I have been since I landed back at Los Angeles International Airport. It's been a year. Yeah. Anyways. So, as I say, I will be more available, God willing, next week, y'all. And we'll finish the things that I have cited for you. And then there's some other things that I in no way was going to make part of this presentation, but that are of great importance and knowledge, and we'll definitely, and inshallah, we'll get a chance to get to those things as well. Also, I think I said to you already, Ramadan starts next month, so there's going to be that. So that's why this time is also important, because I'm usually scarce during the month of Ramadan anyway, when it comes as far as content production. Kind of hard to sit up and do a lot of talking or anything when you're fasting all damn day, you know. So, yeah, this is an important week. There, I just talked it out. That was cathartic. To my East Coast, you guys have a good evening. To everybody else and across wherever you're watching me from, thank you guys all for coming and being a part of this stream. And I give thanks to Allah that we didn't have a lot of technical problems. That's why I wanted us all to say Hasbi Allah wa ni'mal wakil at the beginning. Let us invoke and give it over to Allah, you know, and then whatever happens, you know, and we've been successful. So, alhamdulillah. In the meantime, I will try and get whatever setting it is that I need to set so that we back with a value that the streaming software isn't pulling less, and then it gives more leaves more on the system, so when I play videos for you, they're just effortless and smooth, and it's all fine. So, I love you guys all. Thank you to my moderators, my loyal ride or dies, my constant gardeners, all of y'all. Just know that the Jedi loves you, and I'll see you soon. This is the Jedi.